Koutou katoa. Welcome to the DRC hearing this morning. We will start with our karakia. Know it, please join in. Whakataka hau ki te uru, whakataka hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E he aki ana, te atakura, tō, he huka, he hau hu, ti hei mauriora. My name is Councillor Kylie Wehapi and I am the Chair of the District Licensing Committee. Sitting with me here today are committee members. On my left is Rachel Palu, on my right is Kevin Watson. We're here today to consider an application by Armin Wahed Limited for a renewal of a licence. Please be advised that this meeting is being live streamed and to please use your microphones when speaking. A green light will appear when the microphone is on. Before we get underway, can I ask the advisor to make any preliminary announcements?
Kia ora. In the case of an emergency, a fire, the alarms will sound. Please evacuate the building the same way you came in today and assemble outside Domino's Pizza and wait till the all clear has been given. In the event of an earthquake, drop cover hold and wait in the building until we are told it is safe to leave. Toilets are located on level 2, same way you came in, and there is 3 gender-neutral bathrooms out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Does anybody have any conflicts of interest that need to be declared?
I think just before we start, I'm just going to point out that I can see the Freedom Church has been mentioned in support of one of the opposers, and I just want to note that I've known people who have gone to the Freedom Church or may go, and also I can see someone in the public gallery from the Medical Officer of Health who I notice from common circles that sometimes I'm involved in. But those are just things to note, not conflicts of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Working our way around the room, starting on my left, we'll quickly introduce the agencies, starting on my right. We will quickly introduce the agencies, starting with the inspectors.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Nick McDonald Aho. I'm the Team Leader for Environmental Health and Licensed Inspector at Porirua City Council, and I'm here to assist Licensed Inspector Joanne Burt.
Good morning, my name's Joanne Burt and I'm the... My name's Joanne Burt and I'm the Licensing Inspector.
My name's Chris Speakman. I'm here to assist the Medical Officer of Health who has been held up in traffic. He will be here shortly. I apologise on his behalf.
Good morning, this is Neeraj from Armin Wahed Limited.
May it please the committee, Simon Middlemiss appearing for the applicant with Neeraj Vishwakarma.
Morning, my name is Mohammed. I'm from Apex Licensing Consultants. I'm here to assist Simon.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Moana Wyatt. I'm the committee secretary.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Oh, sorry.
Ko Dr. Grant Hewison Takoingua. I'm the lawyer for the Porirua Whānau Centre. I'm joined by Liz Kelly here and also Shelley Hannafin as a witness for the Whānau Centre. Kia ora.
Kia ora. My apologies. So the process for the hearing as follows. We will hear from the applicant first to present their opening statement, if they have one, and any additional evidence they wish to present. The agencies and any objectors will then have the opportunity to cross-examine if they wish. And I just wanted to remind everybody that applications that were filed between the 31st of August 2023 and the 30th of May 2024 must be determined on the basis that the new Section 203A does not apply, irrespective of whether the application is determined before or after the 30th of May 2024. So that means that this application was received on the 18th of March 2024, operating under the new, so we will be operating under the old hearing rules, which permits cross-examination between parties. There was a minute dated on the 15th of April 2025 sent to all parties advising of the hearing procedure.
Sorry, just before we begin, can I check? Do we have another objecting party? They're not in attendance today, are they?
Yes, they are.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Kia ora.
And are you representing the Te Ruranga or Toa Rangatira? Because you are welcome to sit around the table. You are a party to this process.
Yeah, I am, but I'm happy to sit here.
You sure don't want to come up here, Liz? Can we bring another chair in? Yep.
Sorry, while we're doing that, can I just get your names properly? I didn't.
Kia ora, Nick Mokomoku Stewart from Te Runanga o Toa Rangatira.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Hinamo Metakingi, Team Lead for the Addiction Service at Te Runanga o Toa Rangatira.
Thank you.
Just for the minutes, Liz Kelly, CEO, Porirua Whānau Centre.
Am I correct that Helmut Modelick will be joining us today at some stage?
I've just texted him. Okay. and yeah, if not in person, maybe online.
Madam Chair, could I just clarify, can people join the hearing online and participate, or is it only being live streamed?
Yeah.
Okay. And so there's a link that we could send to Helmut if he's not available in person. Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I just have one more thing, and that is in relation to, I understand we've got some witnesses who are giving evidence for different parties, it's usually quite a good practice to have any witnesses who are not the parties or the representatives of the parties to actually be excluded from the hearing until we're at a point in the hearing to take their evidence. That just gives keeps the evidence fresh. I don't think, given the people that are in attendance today, I don't think there's that many. But in terms of the witnesses, I understand one for the Medical Officer of Health was Ms. Tupu Tala, but I understand, Mr. Speakman, she may not be attending?
Whawhaisi is not able to attend today, and he's a he.
Sorry, my apologies. Okay, so not in attendance today, but then, so next for the objectors, in terms of the Whānau Centre, we have Shelley Hennepin. That's okay. So I understand that we've got Ms. Kelly representing the Whānau Centre with counsel. So it may be you that would need to be excluded until we get to the point in the hearing where we can hear your evidence, and then you can stay in the hearing. We've also got a statement from Katrina Day, but yeah, and I'll hear from you in a minute, Mr. Hewson. But I understand, is she coming or not?
We're still awaiting her confirmation, is probably a good way to put it. So we've been in touch, and she's endeavouring to be here, but we need to confirm that a bit later in the morning or today. Yep.
So in terms of excluding witnesses, we don't need to exclude her at the moment because she's not here. But what is your view on exclusion of one of your witnesses at the moment for the reasons outlined?
I think in the situation where we've pre-filed evidence, so there's evidence that's been pre-filed, that's been shared with anyone or with everyone. So I don't know whether it's useful to have a witness excluded on that basis.
What we haven't pre-filed is the questions that will be asked of witnesses as we go through the process. So yes, there is some sharing of evidence and information already, which parties are already aware of, but there will be further evidence coming out in this hearing, I would imagine. That said, though, it does seem that most people who are giving evidence are going to be in the room. And given the nature of the evidence that Ms. Hennepin has provided, I'm not overly opposed to her staying in the hearing. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
So,
And we do have other witnesses from other parties here as well that will probably want to be in the hearing. So we're not opposed to, the applicant's got 2 witnesses, for example, and both of them, I think, will want to stay in the room. Technically, one of them should not be in the room while the other one's giving evidence, but...
yes, no, you're correct about that.
Yeah.
And actually, that is a point. Unless you're a party, you need to be in the room. But if you're a witness in support of a party, then that's where you would get excluded, because we do want to hear your evidence fresh, and that just means your evidence is as good as we can have it. So it's in the party's interest actually for a witness to be excluded, although I know that's not convenient either.
And I'd also say...
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. We do need to hear your view, but at the end of the day, it's the committee who makes a decision on whether we're going to exclude the witnesses or not. In terms of the applicant, I do appreciate there's the manager of, and he is here at the moment?
Yes, he's in the gallery,
Okay.
Mr. Patel.
Okay, thank you. On that basis, I actually think it would be better to exclude witnesses, and I think the fair thing to do is, and I'll talk to my colleagues if you're okay with that. Yeah, okay. To exclude witnesses until we've got to a point in the hearing where we can hear that evidence, and to be fair, if we're going to exclude the applicant's witness, then I think we need to exclude Ms. Hennepin as well. Yeah, but the plan is to hear from the applicant and then hear from the objectors before we hear from the agencies, because I appreciate that the objectors' witnesses are only here for a certain time frame, and that ensures that we do get to hear them before they're not available.
Could I ask whether the applicant actually has any questions for Ms. Hannafin?
Well, I guess we'll find out as we go through the process, because the committee may do.
Okay.
Okay, so in terms of process, we're hearing openings?
Yep, so I'll talk about that.
Okay, so when do we want to exclude the witnesses?
So just as a procedural matter, we will hear from the applicant first. Following this, we are departing from our normal process to hear from the objectors first and any of their witnesses. Objectors and their witnesses can be cross-examined by the applicant or agencies. The agencies will then be invited to speak on any additional evidence they wish to present and cross-examined. Everyone will have the opportunity to present evidence if they wish, and everyone will have the opportunity to cross-examine if they wish. Now, I've just been talking to my colleagues. We have agreed that any witnesses will be excluded before the applicant speaks first. So we will hear from the applicant first to present their opening statement and any additional evidence you wish to present. Just a reminder, the criteria for the off-licence are Section 2832 and 131 of the Act. Before I ask if there are any questions, I just want to acknowledge Dr. Stephen Palmer, who is brought into the room. I also would like to acknowledge mana whenua tūruranga toa rangatira, who are also in this room today. Does anybody have any questions about the process?
Yes, please, if I can. Could we assume that all the briefs of evidence we currently have before us are taken as read?
Yes, that is
Thank
correct.
you.
All right, if there are no questions, have we excluded our witnesses from the room?
We will, and we'll, in terms of the exclusion, we'll try and gauge when they can come in so that, because I appreciate that they may be waiting outside for a wee while, so they should be able to go away and do something else, and we'll try and figure out when roughly they'll be required so that they can be called or whatever, if that suits, to come and give their evidence.
All right, so before anybody speaks today, I'll ask the advisor here to swear you in either by affirmation or by oath. All right, I will now invite the applicant to speak. This is your opportunity to make any opening submissions and present any additional evidence. I will ask the advisor to administer oath or affirmation.
I, Neeraj Vishwakarma, solemnly, sincerely, and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence I am about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
May it please the committee, I've prepared my opening statement, and I've got some written copies to help everybody follow along if it could be distributed. In fact, I'll just copy for you too. All right, shall I begin? So these submissions are made on behalf of Aman Wahid Limited, the applicant in this proceeding. On 18 March 2024, Aman Wahid, via its alcohol licensing consultant, Apex Licensing Specialists, filed an application to renew its off-licence for premises situated at 194 Bedford Street, Porirua, and known as Bedford Superette. During the course of the application, Aman Wahid has sought to reduce the extent of its single alcohol area, which, if granted, would require a variation to the conditions of the licence. The Medical Officer of Health and Licensing Inspector are each opposed to the application, and several members of the public filed public objections. Council submits that the key criteria for this application in sections 131 of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act are the object of the Act, suitability, amenity and good order of the locality, design and layout and the types of goods sold at the superette, and the manner in which the applicant has sold, displayed, advertised or promoted alcohol. These submissions will address the important legal aspects to this application before addressing those criteria. Aman Wahid will then call the following witnesses in support of its application. So it's Neeraj Vishwakarma, Director of Aman Wahid, and Kartik Patel, the Manager of the Bedford Superette. Mr. Vishwakarma will also confirm that Aman Wahid is willing to agree to the imposition of discretionary conditions of the following kinds. a condition preventing the sale of single units of beer or cider from the premises, with the exact wording to be defined by the DLC. But my understanding is that it would be along the lines of what the Medical Officer of Health has previously proposed, that no single sales of beer or ciders under 500 ml unless that's craft beer. They would also be willing to have a condition preventing the use of afterpay or other similar facilities for alcohol sales at the superette, and a condition as kind of envisaged by the current LAP, requiring Aman Wahid to ensure litter is removed from any areas outside the superette. Now, moving on to the law, just before I start, in my submission, that the committee's evaluative task and the law around that is, in my view, critical to this application. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to go through that process because there's some relevant and recent case law that I think is really important to getting this right. So as I said, I'll set out some of the key jurisprudence around district licensing committees' consideration and determination of alcohol licensing applications. Firstly, there is no presumption that an application for a license will be granted or that a license will be renewed. The DLC must consider the application with regard to the Act's statutory criteria set out in sections 131.1 and 105.1, and must then stand back and consider whether there is any evidence that granting the application will be contrary to the Act's object in light of its purpose. There are cases where the matter or matters to which the decision maker is required to have regard are so fundamental or critical that they assume an elevated mantle. The essential question for the DLC to answer, after having regard to the statutory criteria, is whether there is an evidential foundation enabling a link between a real risk of alcohol-related harm and the grant or renewal of a license. If that link can be drawn, the harm must be minimised, not ignored or condoned. Importantly, the High Court has identified that minimisation is not necessarily the same thing as elimination. Just going to talk a little bit about the application of the object of the Act versus the purpose of the Act. So in 2023, the Supreme Court had occasion to consider the application of Section 4 of the Act and made the following comments in the context of considering an appeal against the terms of the Auckland Provisional Local Alcohol Policy. When applying the statutory test, the licensing authority must address Section 4, which sets out the object of the 2012 Act. We do not, however, see that as excluding Section 3, which explains the purpose of the Act. We read these sections together. The Act introduces a reasonable system of control on the sale and supply of alcohol that seeks to achieve closely related outcomes. That alcohol is sold, supplied, and consumed safely and responsibly, and harm from excessive and inappropriate drinking is minimised. The purpose of the Act can be summarised as, for the benefit of the community as a whole, to put in place a new and reasonable system of control over the sale and supply of alcohol, whose administration helps to achieve the object of the Act, and to reform more generally the law relating to the sale, supply, and consumption of alcohol so that its effect and administration help to achieve the object of the Act. Now, district licensing committees are also entitled to apply the equivalent of the precautionary principle in environmental law, i.e., if there is a possibility of meeting the object of the Act, a committee is entitled to test whether that possibility is a reality. In applying the precautionary principle, a committee must also consider whether a proposed restriction on a licence is a proportionate and reasonable response to the identified risk. In this case, known more colloquially as Lion Liquor, the High Court had occasion to consider what steps the District Licensing Committee can take when considering an individual licence application if it receives evidence that shows the applicant is likely contributing to the level of alcohol-related harm in the community. It's necessary to traverse the background for that case, which is that the Wellington District Licensing Committee had renewed a bottle store off-licence in the Wellington CBD, but in doing so had reduced the licensed hours on Fridays and Saturdays from 11 p.m. to 9 p.m. The licensee appealed against that decision to ALA, who allowed the appeal and modified the trading hours back to 11 p.m. The Medical Officer of Health and Police then successfully appealed against that decision to the High Court, who restored the Wellington DLC's decision. That decision is important as it shows that rather than refusing the renewal of a licence on the basis of generalised harm, where the licensee's business was implicated in, the proportionate response to the risk was a reduction in trading hours. In relation to Well, the authorities recently, in this case, Ototo Hotel 2017 Limited in Grove, has considered a few things, but whether the Southland District Licensing Committee had afforded too much weight to general concerns raised by objectors in deciding to decline an application for a new bottle store off-licence. In that case, while the Medical Officer of Health delegate expressed concerns about the potential increase of alcohol-related harm, none of the agencies actually opposed the application. That was an important factor that we will discuss further below. The DLC heard from various witnesses, including a medical practitioner who had worked in the Riverton community for 22 years, a representative from a local high school, a representative of a charitable trust who employs a social worker in the community, and 2 representatives from local churches. Those witnesses each gave evidence citing general concerns that a new bottle store would increase the availability of alcohol and the risk of alcohol-related harm in the Riverton community. The authority then overturned the DLC's decision and in doing so commented that the DLC had failed to undertake a merits-based assessment and had placed undue weight on policy considerations and generalised objections, and that the DLC had failed to give sufficient weight to the lack of agency opposition and the undertakings offered by the applicant. Council acknowledges that the authority's decision was influenced by the lack of agency opposition to the application and that the application in Ototo was for a new bottle store, which is not the case here. While the other parties to this application may argue that these facts are sufficient to distinguish Ototo from the present application, Council submits that the underlying principles of that decision are still relevant and ought to guide the DLC on how to conduct its merits-based evaluative task. That submission is supported by the following reasons. In both Ototo and here, the objectors filed generalised objections which raise concerns about the serious risks of alcohol-related harm in the community without specifically linking many of those risks to the relevant premises. In this case, Dr. Palmer has also raised generalised concerns in his evidence about the current levels of alcohol-related harm in the Porirua and Cannons Creek communities. The Medical Officer of Health should rightly be considered an expert on alcohol-related harm occurring in the Porirua community, so the evidence he gives on that topic will be cogent and reliable evidence. However, that does not change the fact that the evidence remains general in nature and the DLC ought to treat it as such. None of the above is to say that the DLC must not have regard to the content of the generalised objections, as that evidence largely sets the scene in which the superette operates. However, Council submits that the underlying principles of the authority's decision in Ototo show that the DLC ought not to give undue weight to generalised evidence or policy considerations when determining a specific application to renew an alcohol licence, whether that evidence comes from an expert witness like the Medical Officer of Health or any other witness. Let's have a drink. After hearing from Aman Wahid, the DLC will hear evidence from the licensing inspector, the Medical Officer of Health, public objectors, and the witnesses called by those parties. A lot, but not all of that evidence will raise general concerns about the Cannons Creek and Porirua communities, including the level of vulnerability and alcohol-related harm occurring there, rather than specific concerns that identify how the superette is allegedly contributing to that alcohol-related harm. While the DLC will not hear much adverse evidence about Aman Wahid's actual operation of the superette, concerns will be raised about certain matters, including the principal business at the superette, along with certain administrative issues around the notification of management changes to the police and DLC. Council submits that in line with Ototo, while the general evidence that the objectors, agencies and their witnesses will give is relevant to the DLC's evaluative task, it remains general in nature and should be treated as such. Further, while the DLC is entitled to apply the precautionary principle, a refusal of the renewal based on generalised evidence would not be a proportionate nor reasonable outcome for this application. As set out above, the precautionary principle allows the DLC to test whether certain restrictions placed on a licence may help to achieve the object of the Act. Council submits that where the evidence before the DLC shows that several premises are likely contributing to the levels of alcohol-related harm in a particular community, and does not show that one of the premises has contributed more and or disproportionately more to that harm than the others, it would not be a proportionate or reasonable outcome for a DLC to refuse to renew a licence for one of those contributing premises and not the others. To do so would represent an arbitrary system of control over the sale of alcohol, whereby a DLC would effectively be picking the unlucky premises to lose its licence. Council submits that this kind of approach would not reflect the legislative purpose as set out in Section 3 of the Act, which was to introduce a reasonable system of control It would likewise not be proportionate or reasonable to decline the renewals of all the contributing licences on the basis of generalised evidence, as that would amount to an attempt to eliminate the risks of alcohol-related harm in the community, which goes beyond the statutory object. Council submits that the DLC is therefore left in a position where the best way it can apply the precautionary principle is as follows. It must assess each renewal application on its merits in line with the guidance set out above. If it finds that a particular applicant has contributed in a general way to alcohol-related harm occurring in that community, it should exercise the precautionary principle in a reasonable and proportionate way. In doing so, it could consider whether to impose restrictions on each of the licences of the contributing premises at renewal time to test whether those restrictions help to achieve the object of the Act, as the High Court did in Lion Liquor by reducing the licensed hours of a bottle store on Friday and Saturday nights. If it finds that a particular applicant has directly or disproportionately contributed to the alcohol-related harm occurring in the community, it may consider taking more significant steps to restrict the relevant licence or even to refuse the licence if it is not possible to achieve the object of the Act by imposing restrictions. Council submits it's also relevant to the DLC's application of the precautionary principle that the superette is a reasonably small grocery store and the other contributing licensed premises are supermarkets, which likely sell a far greater volume of alcohol to the Porirua community. While the DLC will not have any specific evidence on this point, it is possible that those supermarkets together sell a greater volume of alcohol to the Cannons Creek community than does the superette. For that reason, it's especially important that the DLC applies the precautionary principle in a reasonable and proportionate way. Now, moving on to the evidence in relation to superette being a grocery store, the DLC is required to form an opinion on that, and in doing so, must have regard to the size, layout, and appearance of the premises, the statements of annual sales revenue filed with the application, the number, range, and kinds of items on sale on the premises. That said, the DLC may also have regard to any other matters it thinks relevant, and may determine that the superette does not have the characteristics normally associated with a shop of the kind commonly thought of as a grocery shop, by virtue of characteristics that the superette and the items on sale there have or lack, or a combination of both. As an initial point on this matter, the inspector has raised concerns around the amount of tobacco being sold at the superette as a proportion of its overall revenue. The inspector is correct that for the purposes of determining the principal business of a store, Regulation 6 of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Regulations requires a specific breakdown of revenue on the sale of food products, the sale of alcohol, the sale of tobacco, the sale of convenience foods, and other sources of revenue. Prior to assessing that breakdown, a range of revenue items must be deducted, including GST, excise duty and equivalent on tobacco products, and revenue from any New Zealand lottery promoted by the New Zealand Lotteries Commission. Aman Wahid has provided multiple breakdowns of its revenue. The inspector is correct in that the initial revenue breakdown appeared to show that the sale of tobacco was the principal business of the superette. With respect, the underlying assumption that the figure is correct is wrong. As set out in the Statement of Annual Sales Revenue from Aman Wahid's Chartered Accountant, dated 26 May, the revenue figures provided did not account for the excise duty on the sale of tobacco. While the actual figures are no longer available, both Mr. Niraj and the accountant understand excise duty and other taxes and levies on tobacco products to make up approximately 70% of the purchase price. Removing those duties and taxes from the sale of tobacco products results in the sale of food being the principal business of the superette. As such, Aman Wahid does not fall afoul of the prohibition in sections 32 and 33 of the Act, and is a premises to which an off-licence can issue. In any event, the only evidence before the committee on this point, what the actual revenue figures are in terms of determining whether the superette is a grocery store, is the evidence provided by Aman Wahid's Chartered Accountant. Council respectfully submits that the committee can rely on that evidence, and the fact that no other party to these proceedings has led any evidence to contradict that of Aman Wahid's Chartered Accountant. The DLC will also hear evidence about the number, range, and kinds of items on sale at the superette, including around the amount of fresh produce available. Christopher Speakman raises concerns in his brief of evidence about the types of products available at the superette, and commented that there are a lot of sweets, energy drinks, and soft drinks available, and that the other grocery items in comparison appear small. While Council acknowledges that having a greater range of fresh produce would certainly assist to show that a particular premises has the appearance of a grocery store as opposed to a convenience store or dairy, it is not a statutory requirement to have a particular sized range of fresh produce. Similarly, Whaiwhaeze Tuputala is of the opinion that the premises looks more like a dairy than a grocery store. While the evidence about the size, layout, and appearance of the superette is something the DLC must consider when forming its opinion on whether the superette is a grocery store, Council submits that the other two matters in section 33.2a of the Act are more important. That's the number, range, and kinds of items on sale at the premises, and the statements of annual sales revenue filed with the application, as they show the percentage of total revenue earned from the sale of food products. Mr. Kartik Patel will give evidence about the range of food products available at the superette, including but not limited to frozen food, fresh meat, fresh produce, bread and eggs, cooking and baking ingredients, large format packs of biscuits and snacks, tubs of ice creams, and beverages in units of greater than 1 litre, including milk and juice. Council submits that those are the types of products, food products, commonly sold in grocery stores in New Zealand. Further, the statements of annual sales revenue provided for the superette have been verified by a chartered accountant, and Council submits those statements are the most reliable evidence that the principal business at the superette is in fact the sale of food products and that the superette is a grocery store. We now turn to the relevant criteria set out in section 105 of the Act, raised by the agencies in their reports and briefs of evidence. So, suitability. Suitability is a broad concept. Accordingly, I should stop at this point. Does the DLC have any questions about the legal aspects to this before I move on to discuss the criteria? Very well. So the DLC may have regard to a wide range of factors on suitability, including the applicant's prior conduct, character, and convictions. Where a committee finds that a community or locality is vulnerable, either through high deprivation or high levels of alcohol-related harm, the threshold for establishing suitability is higher, and consultation with the local community in which an applicant proposes to operate goes to suitability. The case law and commentary around this extended definition of suitability appears to relate exclusively to applications for new licenses. While a committee may hold an applicant seeking a renewal of a license to a higher standard where the evidence shows the relevant premises are located within a vulnerable community, it is less clear whether this also requires the applicant to consult with the local community about the operation of its business during the last renewal period. Council submits that common sense would indicate that consultation is far more relevant to the establishment of a new licensed premises, and that without further clarity from the authority or the higher courts on this specific issue, the DLC should exercise caution before making any adverse findings about the extent to which renewal applicants have consulted with their local community. In relation to suitability, Council submits the evidence will show that regardless of the applicable threshold for suitability applied by the DLC, Aman Wahid is a suitable entity to continue holding a grocery store off licence for these premises. The evidence will show that Mr. Patel, the general manager for the superette, has training and experience in the alcohol industry and is a suitable person to oversee the sale and supply of alcohol from the superette. Aman Wahid is unaware of any compliance issues at the premises during its operation of the superette, other than concerns around the notification of changes in management. Mr. Patel and Aman Wahid have taken appropriate steps to address the impact of the sale and supply of alcohol on the wider community that the superette services. Aman Wahid has applied to vary the single alcohol area to further reduce the visual impact and availability of alcohol from the superette. And Aman Wahid is willing to have the DLC impose a number of restrictive conditions on its off-licence if it is minded to do so, including conditions restricting or prohibiting selling singles from the superette, preventing customers from purchasing alcohol by using the afterpay facility, and requiring Aman Wahid to clear away litter from outside the premises. Council submits that there is little evidence from the agency's objectors or their witnesses that goes against Aman Wahid's suitability to operate the superettes off-licence. The majority of the comments around suitability appear to relate to whether the extended definition of suitability applies, which is really a legal matter for the DLC to determine. For those reasons, Council submits that the totality of the evidence will show the DLC that Aman Wahid is clearly a suitable entity to continue to hold an off-licence in respect of these premises. In terms of design and layout, as noted, Aman Wahid is applying to vary the licence to reduce the size of the single alcohol area. This application to vary has been made in response to concerns raised with Aman Wahid about the size of the single alcohol area. The superette is otherwise a fairly standard grocery store with a single alcohol area in an appropriate part of the premises, which minimises the exposure of alcohol to children and a range of products commonly sold in grocery stores in New Zealand. Council submits that the committee can be satisfied that the design and layout of the store is appropriate and will not operate in a manner that would not accomplish the object of the Act. In relation to amenity and good order, the DLC is required to form a few opinions. Another one is whether the amenity and good order of the locality would be increased by more than a minor extent by the effects of a refusal to renew the superette's licence. Aman Wahid acknowledges that the evidence appears to show that Cannons Creek area is one of the most socio-economically deprived areas in New Zealand. Aman Wahid has held an off-licence for this premises since 2017, and Mr. Patel will give it evidence that he has not experienced any issues with noise, nuisance or vandalism since he began working at the superette 1 year ago. However, the DLC will hear evidence that members of the public have been seen allegedly drinking alcohol outside the superette, which is within an alcohol ban area, and that alcohol-related litter has been spotted outside the premises and in Cannons Creek generally. The DLC will hear from Aman Wahid that it is willing to take steps to address these issues, including by consenting to the imposition of the following conditions by the DLC, if it's minded to do so, as just referred to those before, so I won't do it again. Council submits that these conditions would work to improve the amenity and good order of the immediate locality and would represent a more reasonable way of combating these specific issues. In relation to systems, staff and training, Mr. Patel will give evidence that Aman Wahid has 3 certified duty managers available to work at the store, that he carries out external training through Apex licensing, ServeWise, and that he carries out internal training on a 6-monthly basis. That there are CCTV cameras monitoring the store, which are accessible remotely, and it maintains a security contract with ADT Security. Council submits that the DLC can be confident, if it grants the application, that Aman Wahid's system, staff and training will enable it to continue operating the superette in a safe way. As part of its evaluative process, the DLC must also have regard to the manner in which Aman Wahid has sold, displayed, advertised or promoted alcohol, and Council is unaware of any evidence suggesting that Aman Wahid has conducted the sale, display, advertisement or promotion of alcohol inappropriately. As a result, Council submits that the evidence shows the DLC can be confident that Aman Wahid will continue to facilitate the sale of alcohol from the superette safely and responsibly and in accordance with the object of the Act. Now, the final matter. So once the DLC has considered all the evidence for and against this application, it will see that the grant of the renewal and variation can meet the object of the Act, whether by the imposition of discretionary conditions on the licence or not. The evidence before the DLC is effectively that Aman Wahid has operated the superette in a safe and responsible manner and is likely to continue to do so, but that there is general evidence that the Cannons Creek and wider Porirua communities are experiencing alcohol-related harm. If the DLC finds that the superette is contributing to some extent to the alcohol-related harm in the community, it would be entitled to apply the precautionary principle, but must do so in a proportionate and reasonable way. Because it will be hard to identify the exact extent of the superette's contribution to any existing levels of alcohol-related harm, especially when compared to the possible contributions of the much larger licensed supermarkets nearby, renewing the licence along with the imposition of restrictions would represent a more proportionate and reasonable response to the situation. Aman Wahid has already consented to the DLC imposing various conditions on its licence in the hopes those conditions may achieve the object of the Act. Standing back, Council submits that the DLC should grant Aman Wahid's application to renew and vary the conditions of its licence, as the application is capable of meeting the object of the Act. Unless the DLC has any questions, then we'll move on and call Mr. Vishwakama.
I do have some questions, which may be questions for council, but I think we'll hear the evidence for the applicant and then perhaps those questions after that. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Vishwakama. Just give evidence from here. Yep. All right. Oh, and we're also taking the briefs as read earlier. So just proceed to question.
Are you wanting to speak to your evidence?
I don't mind. I can read.
When you say speak to it, do you mean to read it or to
Would you like to make any comments?
No.
just available for questions, to answer questions?
Okay, well, I think we'll start with the questions from the committee. And then we will give parties an opportunity to ask questions. Or do you want to take questions from the agencies and?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We'll take questions from the agencies first and then the committee.
And the objecting parties, and then we'll ask questions after that. So perhaps starting with the licensing inspector.
Thank you. Good morning. Now, you've agreed to a condition with regards to the no single sales. Is that not already a condition of your licence?
So you mean already the existing conditions on the license? See, I'm happy to go ahead and then make this like a proper condition on my license. So no single sale under 500 ml. Can?
Is that not already a condition on your licence? Is that already a condition on your licence?
Yeah, that I need to see. Do you have this?
Could the witness be taken to a copy of the license?
Sorry, it's in the bundle. I'll just see if I can find it.
It's a bit difficult to read though, the bundle copy. So we'll see what we can find. It's on page. Yeah, it's in the beginning of the bundle documents.
On page 4, was it? Trying right here. Yeah. If it, oh dear. You can read it.
We're just working on pulling a copy up and having it on the
Oh,
screen.
thank you. I can
Madam
ask.
Chair.
Yes, it is a bit small, sorry.
Okay, we have it up here. Yeah, it's still slightly bad quality, but I think it's better, easier to read than what's in the papers. Mr. Miramis, are you wanting to?
I can phrase my question if it helps. So I guess my question is, are you happy with the current condition, or are you happy for it to actually be modified?
So I'm happy with this current condition. There will be no single sales of alcohol less than 500 ml, which is already in there.
Okay, so you're agreeing that the condition that's currently on your licence remain. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you so much. How often do you go into the store?
I go at least 3 to 4 times in a week just to monitor all the, making sure the CCTV footages are working properly, because that's also a condition from our lotto, like Lotteries Commission. Also to check the stores repair and maintenance, the cleaning, the shelves are full with grocery items, and how's the staff doing, maintaining the cash deposit collections, so day-to-day operations.
So, how long do you think you remain on site every time you visit the site, the store?
There is no particular guideline that sometimes I stay there for a few hours as well when the staff has to go on break or they call in sick. They don't come to work for any different reason. And there are times when I have to just go and just finish some urgent things. So it varies every time I visit the store.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. So, when was the last time your name was displayed as the duty manager?
I was there last week, and it was not for a very long time. It was just the staff had to go for a lunch break, so I was there for an hour.
Okay, thank you. It's mentioned, I think, in Kartik's brief of evidence that he supplies reports to you, and you say you receive reports from Kartik. What sort of reports do you receive?
So he supplies, tells me how's the sale going on, how's the grocery purchase, all the food purchase, and all the alcohol purchase, which obviously comes to me on my emails as well by the supplier. And I do have to cross verify and cross check with Karthik, just as the nature of the business. And he also supplies me about the staff, their working hours, their rosters, any issues which is ongoing with the staff management, and any incidents happening at the shop, if anybody is visiting the shop, so day-to-day basis things.
So it's safe to say that you receive reports from your manager daily?
I can not say daily, but yes, I do receive at least 4 to 5 times a week, and sometimes he just calls me as well, and we discuss over the phone, which is a lot easier.
Oh, that's lovely, thank you. Can I refer you to your exhibit NV2, page 70 of the bundle? That's the price comparisons.
Yeah.
So when you were preparing this document, did you record only the normal prices for the other premises, or did you include the prices when they were on sale for that week?
So it says on the top that we compared the price on 26th of May.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the supermarkets run on a very different way of pricing structure. They have got a lot of promotions on a daily and weekly basis. So on that day, the prices we found, we compared on that. I'm sure that today you go on their website, you might find some other prices.
But did you record any of their normal pricing rather than just their on sale pricing?
So these prices are on, that's something I don't recall, but when we went on the website, the price which we saw, which a customer can buy, is what the price I have put in there.
Okay, so
So if I would go
that's
to
fine.
would go to Pack and Save on that particular day, I would pay for.
Right. No, that's lovely. Thank you so much. Who decides on the prices you charge at the superette?
There's Karthik and myself. We discuss, and we pretty much agree on the pricing before we put it on display.
And what do you base your prices on?
Different factors. First of all, is that how much is the cost to us from the supplier, and what is the other supermarkets are selling it for.
So why do you compare between the prices of the supermarket and yourself?
Because there are so many objections and other things, and same time we don't want to promote alcohol by selling cheaper in the community. We just want to make sure that we are competing with the local supermarkets, and we are also not selling in loss because we are running a business.
So the way that you're looking at the pricing, you don't want to sell less than the supermarket. Is that recent, or have you always looked at it this way?
Recent means how much time frame?
So since the opposition, since the opposition, that you've been aware of the opposition from the Medical Officer of Health, that you've got quite low alcohol prices, have you changed your way of thinking to be higher than the supermarket since the objection, or have you always looked at it to be higher than the supermarket?
We were looking into pricing right when I got the business, and once the first visit when we had from Ministry of Health, and then when they discuss about the pricing to us, since then we have more closely looking into it and making sure we are not selling cheaper just to promote alcohol in any way.
Thank you. How long do your alcohol prices last? Your specials, sorry.
We don't run specials like the other supermarkets do. You know, when you go on the supermarket, you will see in the yellow color and red color because they're on specials. We don't have that technology in our shop, so we just have got paper ticketing, and we basically just decide the pricing and we just continue on that pricing, but we monitor the prices on supermarkets as well.
So if you have a special, buy 2 boxes of 20 beers or 12 beers or whatever for $60, how long does that special run?
As I said, we don't call it as a special. We just say that, okay, this you buy 1 box for this much, and the 2 is maybe like 50 cents or cheaper than that. But there is no particular time frame that we run it for a month or 2 months or 3 months.
So just to clarify, you might have a special, but might be 50 cents off, might be $2 off. There's no length of time for that special?
See, for example, I'm buying the liquor from you as my supplier today. You're giving me on that particular price. We're running on that RRP on my shelf. My stock runs out in 2 days' time. I buy again from you and you increase your prices. Then my special no longer exists. My prices will go up again because it all comes down what I'm getting from the supplier from. And suppliers are giving us way expensive than they're giving to supermarkets, because they buy in bulk, they buy in pallets.
Okay, thank you. Page 69 of the bundle, which is the page before the one we were currently looking at.
Sorry, which page? Oh.
So, and it's the statements, table 1. And the table shows the figure of $261,691 under the category of other. Can you please explain or advise what comes under that category?
We sell quite a good amount of local island food as well, like pork buns, hangi, seafood related products as well, which comes from local community people. They cook it and they supply it to us. And a lot of that product comes under other because they are not barcoded, so we can't actually scan them.
Okay, what else?
There are like small loose candies, loose lollies, because we just open the packet and we sell it loose for the kids as they can't afford to pay $3, $4 sometimes. We just sell it for like 50 cents or 60 cents. So we just, because again, they are loose packets, they don't have any barcodes. So we just put that under other. So confectionery items, I would say.
So, are you saying that everything that doesn't have a barcode goes into other?
Not everything, but yes, I would say majority of it.
Okay. So, what about personal hygiene products? What does that come under?
Personal hygiene products will come under grocery.
Groceries. What about your ice cream, the 2 litre ice cream tubs? What does that come under?
That also come under grocery and food because
Okay.
they come from supplier as barcoded.
Ice blocks, single ice blocks, what does that come under?
Grocery.
So all of that would come under grocery.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, what about how do you, when you're scanning, does it automatically go into a particular category? How does it work?
Yes, so every time a new product comes, we set it up first in the POS. So then POS can recognize when we scan it. And then it asks you which department you want to set it up under.
So who sets that up?
Like recently, since Karthik has joined the business, he does it as a part of his role.
Yeah, but he's only been there a year. So who's been doing it before? Who did it before that?
Before that, I was there.
So you set up the POS stuff?
Yeah, but as we said that we had got a new POS system since 25th of June, and that period is covering since 25th of June. Karthik has joined us in first week of June, so obviously majority of this thing is he's handling it.
Okay, so just to clarify, everything that doesn't have a barcode goes into other. Is that correct?
As I said, not everything, but yes.
Yeah, if it doesn't have a barcode, it goes into other?
Yeah.
Okay. Things that are like toiletries or bags of lollies or single, say, ice blocks and single cans of drink that has a barcode goes into groceries?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware about the breakdown of figures with regards to with regards to sales figures under the legislation or the regulations of what the breakdown should look like? It doesn't matter if you're not, it's just a question.
Guideline to
About the breakdown of sales figures within categories, food products, I don't know, grocery, dairy, convenience foods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. Did you view the renewal application prior to be lodged? Did you view your agents, how he'd prepared the application? Had you had a look at it and said it was okay?
Yeah, I had a look, but it was obviously a long time ago. We
Okay.
submitted. Yeah.
So you thought it was fine?
Yeah.
No, that's okay. Can I refer you to page 28 of the bundle? You got that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Refers to you being the sole shareholder and director of the company.
Yeah. See, yes, I'm a director. I'm the only director.
Okay.
But yes, not the only shareholder.
Okay, that was my next question. We've got the extract from the company's register on pages 38 and 36 and 39, showing 3 shareholders. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the application is incorrect?
Yes, the shareholder information is not right.
Okay, thank you. On page 39 of the bundle, it refers to sales forecast figures, January 31st, it's actually January 1 to 31st of December.
Yes.
Is this a forecast or is it actual figures?
That should not be forecast. This should not be forecast. There should be actual figures.
Okay, but it's been certified by your accountant to saying forecast. So do you know actually if it is actual figures? Or just you assume it's a mistake?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a mistake.
Okay. Can I also refer you to the same figure, same table, that refers to the company is Chelsea Enterprises Limited, not your company. Is this also a mistake?
Yeah, this whole sentence.
So
Yeah.
who belongs to that company?
That belongs to me as well.
Okay, so that also refers to an IRD number. So which IRD number does that refer to? Is it your company, the current company, or among company? Which I'm trying to ascertain whose company these figures belong to. Or which company, rather.
Where's the IRD number? Do you know which page the IRD number is on?
It's on there. Sorry, it's probably too small to see on my bundle.
Referring to page 39.
39. I'm on page 39. Yeah.
One above. This one. This one. So this.
Oh, sorry, if you go to page 38, it's a covering letter from the accountant. Sorry, they're small.
Website. There should be an IRD. On the top of my head, this IID number is for Aman Wahid, but it's just that again he made a mistake of writing Chelsea Enterprises there.
Um,
I can just double check.
have you seen these documents prior to this being submitted with your application and or bundle?
I've seen the documents and I remember that I have corrected the accountant to that this is a mistake was made. And then I think later on he sent the new updated documents, but the old ones got filed. Because he's looking after both the shops together.
Okay, are you referring to the letter in May from your accountant, are you?
No, the one which says 29th of February 2024.
Yeah, so if you have a look at page 68 of the bundle, there's another lot of figures from your accountant, which look slightly different, but they're for the correct company.
Yes, got correct company and trading name.
So is that as a result of you speaking to the accountant, or is it as a result of the accountant not realising they've made a mistake?
See, this time I think he made everything right in first go. Yeah, last time, yeah, it was a mistake by him.
Is that page 69's correct? Is that right?
Yes.
How do you get the information to your accountant?
You mean the revenue information?
Yes.
He has got a direct feed from the bank to Zero Software. So he has got a direct third-party access.
Is that to your POS system?
No, to the bank account system. So that's where he can see what's the cash being deposited, how much is the FPOS coming every day. So that's where he gets the revenue numbers. And plus with the POS system, we take it out and we supply it to him.
Based on that, how does your accountant know a breakdown of figures? How does he know what comes under food products? How does he know what comes under dairy? How does he know what comes under convenience foods? How does he know what comes under other, based on your a bank statement?
No, not based on bank statement.
Can I just
POS.
jump in there and say it's quite difficult for the witness to answer how the accountant calculates things. Should be giving, I feel like the question should be directed to the matters within Mr. Vishwakarma's knowledge.
Then Mr. Vishwakarma's knowledge is what information has been given to the accountant and how he might know how to separate out the information. But if he doesn't know the answer, then he can also say that he doesn't know. So I think the question can still be asked, but if Mr. Vishwakarma doesn't know, then he can just say.
So as I said, he got a direct access to the bank accounts to check all the revenues coming in. But as long as the POS details is what we have given to him through the POS, because the POS gives the breakdown.
So he has two sets of records. So he has what has been sold, and then you give him the breakdown from your POS system. Is that correct?
Yes, as I just said a few minutes ago, when the product comes, then Karthik set up in the system under which department it has to go, grocery or other departments, and then that report comes out and we give to the accountant.
So you get a printout from that system, and that's based on the barcodes or not barcodes. Is that correct?
It doesn't come that way, it just comes as department-wise.
Okay, thank you. Can you please just inform the committee how you think, just as your thoughts, on how the premises has changed in the last 3 to 4 years, in particular since you took over in April 23? How do you just, it's just a question, how do you think, you might not think that it's changed, but how do you think that the premises has actually changed in the last 3 years?
I personally believe the premises has been changed because when we took over, the layout and the look of the shop was very different. And we have worked a lot around the shelves, around the product range. So the alcohol area, which used to be like a whole aisle, is just only half of the aisle. And the remaining half used to be those lolly bags should be there. And then if you go there, and you will see all the other type of new products are there, which are obviously encouraging customers to come in the shop more and buy more grocery shopping. You enter in the shop and you will see a lot of wooden cabinets which are now having the produce range on it, fresh fruits and vegetables. Meat, frozen meat is there now available for customers who wants to just quickly come and grab it. Lot of specials on Coke products, and all the noodles and all the grocery items. A big range of toiletries, toilet paper has been added up. The previous owner used to just sell pies, just Big Ben pies. Now we sell pork buns, lamb buns, hangis, other island foods as well. We have got an extra hot unit there as well, apart from the normal pie cabinet, just to increase the range. We also have got a big, I would say, the hot full chicken cooking unit, which still needs to be set up, and that will supply like a whole chicken, which generally Pack and 7 Countdown sell as well. So I personally believe we have changed a lot in the shop in terms of layout, product range, lot of new things, and yeah, a lot of food items as well.
Okay. The food items you're describing as in not just pies, you've increased your range. Do you think they're more of a convenience food than a food product?
Convenience food in what? Could you please
Sorry,
explain?
so you don't have to actually take it home, cook it, have a meal. So it's convenient as it's already warm, it's already cooked. You can just have it in your car or just put it on a plate when you get home. That's your own convenience. It's food for your convenience.
Oh, I believe that you can just pick up the hangi and you can eat it straight away. Pies, pork buns, or that seafood thing which we get once a week. We also tried sandwiches for some time. That didn't work out, but I believe these are convenience food.
Oh, you do? Okay, that's fine. So how are they recorded in your POS system?
So we bought sandwiches from the supplier, so that was obviously barcoded. So that went into the convenience food section. But as I said, the other food items are just coming directly from the people, and then they do not have any code on it, so that's going under other.
Oh, thank you. What do you think about? It's written down in here of the amount of alcohol that your store sells. Why or what is the reason, do you think, of the increase in alcohol sales from this renewal previously to now?
Sorry, could you
So,
explain
I'm
again?
sorry. Yeah. So back in the last renewal, the figures showed 2% alcohol sales, and we're looking at slightly more now. Why do you think there is the increase in alcohol sales?
See, I was not the shop owner when the last renewal came through, so I literally can't comment on that. I can only comment on what my business currently is selling, and I believe that the sale has actually gone down since we have cut down the range. We have cut down on single cans. We have increased the prices. So we literally seeing very less customers now coming, and even they're saying that, oh, you're very expensive.
So, and it's just a yes or no answer, I guess. So are you suggesting that the 2% alcohol sales at last renewal is not correct?
As I said, I was not the owner, so I can't comment on it.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. Thank you. On page 40 to 41 of the bundle, sorry, it's small again, and it's to do with your, it's called the Social Responsibility Policy.
Yeah.
Refers to, where's my page? Sorry, remote sellers. And it says, when delivering alcohol orders remotely, you will be mindful of the following. Do you have a website?
No.
Okay. Do you sell or deliver alcohol or groceries remotely?
No, we don't do deliveries.
You don't do them. So I'm just mindful of, you've said you've had a look at the application. Do you know why that is in your application?
We are going into the world of deliveries. Delivery Easy, Uber Eats, and everyone is there. So in case in future, if any opportunity comes, maybe that's why, but I don't know. Yeah.
But it's
But
in your
right now we are
application. So it's an error in your application? It's something you don't do, and you don't have a
We are not
website,
doing
so
it.
it can't be undertaken?
No, we are not doing it.
No, that's great. No, that's fine. Thank you. So how often is staff training, same page, I think. Yep, training, and the next page. How often is staff training undertaken?
We do it every 6 months, and that's done by our agent, Apex Licensing.
Who decides what training is actually given?
As I discuss with Apex Licensing, and when he comes every 6 months, and then we basically just go through everything all over again.
Okay, thank you. And what training records are kept?
There's a whole set of paperwork which usually Apex Licensing comes with all the questions, answers, training, all the act, purpose. So it's just a refreshment, and we go through all the incident logbooks. If any new staff is there, then obviously we just double check they're doing everything right. So I would say that the whole set is just repeated again every 6 months, whether the
6
staff
months?
is new or no, not.
So what records do you keep to say your staff attended this training and what the training is?
So at the end of the training, it is all signed by the staff and the person who is training, and we keep all that hard copies in the store in a folder.
Whereabouts is that kept?
Behind the counter, there's a whole shelf there, and there's all the registers are there. So that's where we just file everything.
Okay. Just an extra question, sorry, because of that. Have you had a look at my inspector's report, the actual inspection report for when I attended your premises? I can tell you the page number, sorry, you might not be. 74. Four? That's 70. Okay. 79, thank you. So it's my brief, on my brief of evidence. Attached to that is I think it's there. Might actually be. Oh, sorry, 92, 93. Thank you so much. 90, page 93. So when I did my inspection, I couldn't find any registers. What would your comments be for that? Oh, sorry, I've got it missing. Next question.
What was the date, sorry? 27th of May. There should be the staff training there because I have personally seen it. So I'm not sure why Ashutosh has not provided you that.
No, that's okay. We found 3 toolkits. None were up to date. But that's okay. That's all right. I can ask your manager. Also on that inspection report, it says that intoxicated persons entered the premises and went to the single alcohol area, questioned the manager about the man. The manager then asked the man to leave. What is normally your policy or procedures with regards to intoxicated people entering the licensed premises?
We refuse to serve them, and if they are peacefully leaving, that's fine. If they ask us to book a taxi or something, we just do that. And again, if they are just not leaving, then we call police.
So he walked all the way to the fridge in the single alcohol area. He was approached at the fridge because I'd said to the manager, I think he's intoxicated. Is there a process with regards to allowing intoxicated people to actually enter the premises?
See, when they enter the premises, then only we find out that they're intoxicated or not by looking at their behavior and all those things. And then the manager takes the call.
Right.
Then they talk to the person to leave because we can't serve them. And then based on the response, we take the further action.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you so much. And now my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're just going to break very shortly before we come in to you, Dr. Palmer. We're just going to have a wee break for about 15 minutes, just a bathroom break. There's also tea and coffee and Milo in the Taupo room if you'd like to go and help yourself. So we'll be back here at 11:15. Welcome back. We will now go to Dr. Stephen Palmer for the MOH.
Counsel for the applicant.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to flag with the DLC that Mr. Patel's had to go back to the shop, but once Mr. Vishwakarma is finished or getting close to finishing, I can give him a call to get him back. There might just be a few minutes delay while we wait for him.
Good morning.
Morning.
I've got the green light on there, so I assume it's recording. Would you say that that the Bedford Superette is an easy walking distance of residents of Cannons Creek?
Yeah, there are quite of residential houses around that, so yes, it is.
So it's an easy walking distance.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you put a great deal of stead on the supermarkets. Are there any supermarkets in easy walking distance of Cannons Creek?
There is a Fresh Choice, just 4 blocks after the Bedford Superette.
Okay. So, but the Fresh Choice doesn't sell alcohol, does it?
No.
No. So are there any supermarkets that sell alcohol that are in an easy walking distance of the residents of Cannons Creek?
There was a next door shop which used to sell alcohol, which just stopped selling 2 months ago. I'm sharing the wall with them.
So, but you put a lot of stead in your evidence and your reply evidence on the supermarkets that sell alcohol. Is there any supermarket that's an easy walking distance of Cannons Creek?
Not the supermarket, but liquor stores are.
So, where are those liquor stores?
There's a Super Liquor, Waitangi, and there's a big, I think it's Big Barrel. Yeah.
So, but are they in easy walking distance of the residents of Cannons Creek?
If the residents are living in the middle way, both the shops are equal distance for them. Not everybody is living just next to my shop.
Yeah.
It's a very big, wider area of Cannons Creek.
So, but there's quite, to the southwest, there's quite significant residential suburbs there, isn't it? So not all residents of Cannons Creek will live sort of between closer to Waitangi where those 2 liquor stores are.
Yeah, I would consider Cannons Creek the whole suburb as a residence suburb, not
Okay.
as a commercial. So everywhere there are residents living.
So
It's all up to them where they go.
So for residents of Cannons Creek to go to purchase alcohol from the nearest supermarket, they'll have to actually go by car to those rather than walk.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hey, can I take you to page 40 of the bundle? And I'll I think Ms. Burt did mention this. So on page 40, what is this document?
Social responsibility policy.
Okay, so did you write this?
Not 100%.
So who would have put that together?
That policy was there when we took over the shop. And
So you inherited it, the policy. So you're totally familiar with this policy?
I had a look.
You've had a look at it?
Yeah, I read it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you expect your staff to follow this?
Definitely, they have to follow this.
So is there any training on the social responsibility policy?
Sorry, was there?
Is there any training, staff training, with regard to this policy?
So every 6 months when we retrain all the staff, we discuss about this as well as part of our training.
So you'll go through this policy with the staff?
We basically ask them to read it, and then they just acknowledge that they have read it and understood it.
Okay. So can I take you to the next page, page 41? And if you go down to the amenity and good order section,
Yeah.
and I'll just count the it's at the 5th dot point down. Can you read that?
5th point, you said?
The 5th dot point down. The one under no preloading.
No consumption of alcohol purchased from my store will be consumed in the immediate area outside the store or in the small car park area.
So how do you monitor staff to comply with that requirement?
See, we just ask staff that to keep an eye on the people who are drinking outside and just inform local police. And many times those people have been fined as well by police, and they actually come and they actually stop them.
Okay, so so it is common for people to be drinking outside the store?
It's not common for every person, but there are only just few certain people who are drinking outside.
Yeah. I wonder if we could go to pages 161 of the bundle. So the photograph on that page, it was taken on 14th of May this year. What do you see there?
Yeah, people sitting and drinking.
And that's in the immediate vicinity of Bedford Superette?
It is, yeah.
If we go to the next page.
Next page.
So more people drinking. And then to the next page. So in all these pages, the people drinking are actually in the immediate vicinity of Bedford Superette. Do you agree?
Yes.
So what you said before is when staff become aware of people drinking outside, that they call the police?
Yeah.
So they don't actually go outside and ask them to move on?
They do tell them, but we can't actually force them to leave because it's like a council property.
How does this look with regard to being a responsible licensee?
Yes, but the staff is doing what they can do up to a certain extent. They can't actually push them.
Is this recorded in your incident logbook? These sorts of things?
Yes, they should be. And definitely what a staff is doing to tell them.
Okay, no, thank you for that. If we move to page 74. and I think this is Mr. Patel's. I'll just check.
That is correct.
Yeah. So, but down the bottom there, it does mention in paragraph 10 fresh produce. If we go to page 132, these are photographs taken by Mr. Speakman on the 5th of April 2024. Down the bottom on the left, there's a photograph of the store. And if you zoom in on that, what do you mostly see there?
Confectionery, drinks, chips,
Yeah.
lollies.
So these are all convenience food items, aren't they?
Yeah.
So where is the fresh produce in this photograph?
Do we have the date on this photo?
Yes. I just mentioned it before. Just go back up. I've zoomed in. So 5 April, yeah.
5th of April 2024.
Yes.
Not 2025.
So we're talking about 1 year old photo and we comparison to now because we said that we have got all this range available in the shop.
So where, given this photograph, where in relation to this photograph is the fresh produce kept?
Even though we walk into the shop right now, the fresh produce is always on the right side of the entrance, not on this side. Even with the new layout, I'm talking.
So the produce will be sort of just outside the photograph on the right hand side.
Yes, because it's not the full front look of the shop. This is only the left side of the aisle. There's the
Right.
other side of the shop as well.
So Mr. Speakman would have taken this photograph to try and demonstrate that Bedford is a grocery store rather than a convenience shop. So if there had been fresh produce there, he would have made sure that that was included in the photograph. Would you agree?
As I said, this is 1 year old photograph.
Okay.
We are consistently doing changes in the shop.
I don't know if the applicant can answer what Mr. Speakman was intending to portray in his photos.
If we go to, just find it, page 138. So these photos were taken last month at 22 May 2025. Down the bottom, there's another photograph. What do you see there? So what has changed in the shop over that year? So you've lost a number of aisles there. So where would the fresh produce be with regard to this photograph?
Fresh produce we usually keep near these quality ice cream freezers. There's a metal stand there. That's where we put fresh produce. And now there are big wooden bins as well.
So that'd be outside the photograph?
Not just, there's
Oh, so
There's
that's
a
the
Coke
wooden
display.
thing there. Is that the fresh produce, is it?
There's a Coca-Cola display, and next
Yeah.
to that there is a aisle with all those confectionery. Behind that, there is a metal stand, and that's where we put fresh produce.
Yeah. Okay. Do you agree that it appears from both the two photographs that you're very much sort of skewed towards convenience foods rather than groceries?
We have increased the range of meat and produce both. There was no produce when we took over the shop.
No produce when you. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we go to page 78 of the bill. And I'll just check. This is Mr. Patel's evidence, so maybe I'll ask him about this. But after our meeting with you, you agreed to not sell single cans of high-strength beer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But you were doing that before we met. If we go to 78, I think it is. Just need to find it. Yeah, 71, page 71. So this is the table that Miss Burt questioned you about. And down up the top half of that table was about selling items in 4-packs. And then you get down to, I think it's oblong, which you've got prices there for a single sale there. Is that what you are actually selling those items as a single? Or, so you've got down to Peroni 500 mils, and I think it goes over the page like that to Steinlager and Heineken being sold as priced as singles. Is that what they're being sold as?
So that was the pricing based on the 26th of May when we compared the prices.
So, but you've got single items there. So what I'm asking you, are you selling those as single items?
We are not selling single items, but we compared, showing that we are not cheaper than supermarkets or comparing to very close to supermarket. We are expensive.
So
we were expensive before we got the visit from Ministry of Health, and we straight away rectified the points they have raised in the shop.
So are you selling single cans of Heineken or Export Gold?
Nothing under 500 ml. We're selling in single.
So you are selling Heineken 500 mils as a single item? Or Export Gold 500 mils? So that's from page 71.
These are just prices. It doesn't say that we are selling it. This is just a comparison we made as a table, just to show that our prices are not. Because when Ministry of Health visited the shop first time, the first point of concern was we are cheap. We are very cheap. And that's why we, within just 30 minutes, as soon as I found out from the staff, we increased all the prices, redone the labeling and everything. and we send the photos as evidence to Apex Training
Yes.
as well, and they're still showing that we are not cheap. But that doesn't mean that we are selling single cans.
Yes, I think it's in
There are some photos
Mr.
as well.
Speakman's evidence about single sales of Heineken and Export Gold. Just want to take you, I've just got to find it now, to Miss Hanfan's evidence. Right. So on page 171, there's a single photograph there, and you've got Heineken on sale there under the label Super Value. That's a 2-pack, isn't it? There, and you're saying 2 for $10. They're singles. They're not really 2-packs, are they?
Yes. But they're the high percentage single cans.
Yeah.
The alcohol
And these are 500 ml cans in the photograph?
Yes, it is 500 ml.
So I think back on that table, the single cans of Heineken, you priced them at $6.99. Is that, have I? So that's back on page, I think, 74 or whatever, 71. So that's an extraordinary discount, would you say? Two for $10. Where you'd be looking at if they were sold for the prices that you put on that table, they'd be sort of upwards of almost $14 for a twin.
$12 if it is full price on $6, then it's $12 for 2 cans.
I'll just have a look at 71. $6 for, so it'd be $12 for Heineken 500 ml. So that's quite cheap, isn't it? And
Not cheaper than any of the supermarket pricing. If you see next to it, it's $5.29, $4.99, or $5.
But the supermarkets are not within easy walking distance of residents of. So, so it's. I put it to you that it's very easy for residents of Cannons Creek to come and buy alcohol from, and you're the only outlet for alcohol from Bedford Super, and then drink a single can or 2 cans outside. Do you agree?
Yeah, but when the Ministry of Health visited, they point to us that you are selling single cans under $4 or $4, which is very cheap or anybody to afford. And increasing the price is going to demotivate the people to spend that much money. So we increased the price of single can to $6. And again, spending $4 and spending $10 is 2.5 times more value. It's not affordable for everybody.
But you are selling single cans of 500 ml Heineken, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
No, it's a 2-pack for $10.
But you are selling single cans of Heineken 500 ml as well. Like they're not combined together in two packs. You're just saying if you buy 2, you'll get it at a cheaper price at that time.
Yeah, but if somebody's bringing 1 can to the counter, we are not selling it. If they bring 2 cans, they get it for $10. Otherwise, they don't buy the single cans of Heineken.
What about export gold?
Export gold, same, we increase the price to $5, whether everybody is $3.89 or $4.29 or $4.
Okay, so you say that you're not selling single cans of Heineken or export gold.
Export gold, I cannot comment on it. I need to check with Karthik, as currently he is taking the decision on that. But Heineken, yeah, you bring 2 cans, you get for $10, you don't get single can.
You can't buy Heineken at
Single
Bedford as a single can.
No.
So why aren't they packed together as in that photograph as a 2-pack?
Yeah, definitely is the staff training issue. I'll talk to them.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Speakman in his evidence has got photographs of alcohol litter. And also in his evidence he's put orange dots, I think they are, where he took the different photographs. I think in your right of reply you referred to, well, they must have come from the supermarkets. But I put it to you that if alcohol's bought at the supermarkets, then it's more likely to be drunk at home than moving to a public space around sort of the Cannons Creek shopping area and the playground and that. Do you agree?
I don't 100% agree with that. It's people's choice whether they want to sit and drink. If you see outside the Bedford Super, there's plenty of benches for people to sit down and
So
soak the
you're
sun and
suggesting
drink.
that they'll go and buy at this, say, Woolworths down in central Porirua and then bring it back to a public space around Cannons Creek shopping precinct and drink it there. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that is applicable to everybody, but there is no evidence that people buying
But
from
isn't it,
Woolworth and not drinking there.
when you think of it from a common sense point of view, isn't it that that litter more than likely will have come from alcohol purchased from the alcohol the single alcohol outlet in Cannons Creek Shopping Centre? Do you agree?
See, if we talk about consuming the place, yes, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
If we talk about purchasing, people would go to a place where it's cheaper. Where is it cheaper? Not at my shop.
Yeah, but we've just traversed that those supermarkets are not an easy walking distance from Cannons Creek, whereas the locations of that alcohol-related litter is within really walking distance of Bedford Super. Do you agree?
Yeah, but Waitangi is a walking distance, and they've got 2 big liquor shops. They are also very competitive and cheap.
Yeah, so why would they purchase alcohol at the 2 liquor stores in Waitangi and then come back to a public space around Cannons Creek Shopping Centre?
Because they're cheap. And we have got customers who come and not just buy single cans, they buy a box of 12 as well, because they find it cheaper, and they might have friends outside sharing with them. There are multiple reasons for people to go to different shops.
Yeah, I put it to you that it's more likely to have that litter, alcohol-related litter, would have more than likely come from alcohol purchased at your Bedford.
As far as
Agreed.
litter is concerned, I think we have put the point, we're happy to clean the litter as many as times in a day and keep the area clean and tidy.
I have no more questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hewison.
Ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Vishkam. Kama. Just wanted to take you to the sales data. First, I just want to clarify, in terms of you've presented 3 sets of sales figures. Is that correct? 3 different sets of sales figures.
Which page you're on?
So if we go to the inspectors, well, the application first, is on page 38 and 39. These are the first set of sales figures.
Yeah.
And as the inspector pointed out, they're the ones for Chelsea Enterprises Limited.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the first set of sales figures. Yeah. And then the inspector's report refers to another set of sales figures that you provided, which is attached to her evidence. There's a second set of sales figures. Inspector, which page is that on under bundle? 79.
69.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are the first set. Those are the third set at 68, 69. There's a second set referred to by the inspector in her report and evidence. Page 80. Is that correct? So there's a first set and then there's a second set?
Yeah.
Yep. And then there's a third set of sales figures which were attached to your evidence, your brief of evidence. It's on page 69, I believe. Yep.
Yeah. You mean table number 1?
Yep, table number 1.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify which set of sales figures are you relying on?
This was for the period of 24th of June to 6th of October, 2024.
Yeah. So the as your lawyer in his opening submission said, there's a requirement for you as a licensee of a grocery store when you are renewing your license to provide the statement of sales revenue. But you've provided 3. And I'm wanting to understand which one you rely on for this application.
So the one which is on page number 80, this one is only from 24 June to 6th of October, and that was the information, additional information was requested that time. So that information is not like a full period of 10 to 12 months.
Yep.
Right? But the table number 1 is the most accurate one, because since then we had a POS change by the provider, and since then we have got this data right from our POS.
Okay.
So table number 1 is what I would go with.
Okay, so that's the one on page 69. of the bundle.
Yes.
Yeah. So the committee should disregard this first set and the second set. You're no longer relying on those. You're only relying on the one on page 69, that one.
Yeah, because page number 80 data is part of
Okay.
69.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify which one we actually have to focus on. Yeah, okay. Madam Chair, just at this stage, I'd like to hand out some copies of Regulation 12 of the sale and supply of alcohol regulations. So I'll just wait for them to be handed out. Thanks, Mr. Marshall. So as your lawyer pointed out in opening submissions, you're bound by the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act and by the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Regulations 2013. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Regulations 2013 set out the requirements in detail about what you have to provide in terms of a statement of annual sales revenue. So if we go to that clause, if we go to A, it says a statement of the gross sales revenue of the business being carried on the premises for the period of 12 months ending no more than 90 days of the time in which the application of the issue or renewal of off-licence premises is made. So first question I have is this a statement of gross sales revenue for the business being carried on for the premises for a period of for a period of 12 months? Is it for 12 months?
No, it's from 25th of June to 23rd of May.
Okay, so it doesn't comply with the regulations, does it? No. And the regulations also say for the period of 12 months ending no more than 90 days before the time at which the application for issue or renewal of the off-licence for premises is made. Does your statement of annual sales revenue comply with that?
So you mean 90 days before the time at which the application was submitted?
Yep. So that's what the law says. That's what the regulations say. Does the statement of annual sales revenue provided comply with that requirement?
No, I
No.
guess not, yeah.
No. And the next part is AII, and this says that the annual statement of sales revenue must exclude excise duty and excise equivalent duty on tobacco products. Does your statement do that?
There is no certain guideline how much is the excise duty should be on tobacco product. That's what my accountant made the comment as well.
But the law is clear, isn't it? So this is the regulations that you have to meet, and it says it must exclude excise duty and excise equivalent duty on tobacco products. Does your statement do that?
That's what my argument is, that how can it can provide when there's no data available for anybody.
Well,
Well, that's why I think then government should come and provide us the data so the accountants can use it.
yeah, but the law is the law, isn't it? You have to comply with the law, don't you? Well, do you?
No, but how can somebody follow that when there's no guidelines or no data to work on?
Okay. Well, perhaps you as a grocery store should have raised that with the government before coming here. But this is the law as it currently stands. Do you have to comply with it?
Yeah.
Yep. And does the statement of sales revenue deduct all revenue from the sales of Lotto, Keno, Instant Kiwi, or any other New Zealand lottery that you provide?
Yes.
It does do that?
Yes. There's a separate data there for Lotto Commission summary.
Yeah, so it's for the commission. So you've deducted the commission, but doesn't the regulation say deduction of all revenue?
Yes, this revenue on table number 1, it does not have Lotto data in it.
Okay. My understanding from that table is it's the commission.
In any of the category, this doesn't say Lotto here.
Okay, we'll pass over that one. And does your statement of sales revenue, sorry, we'll go to B, so to B. No, that's fine as well. Okay, I just wanted to understand, I think earlier you said that you were a director of Chelsea Enterprises Limited. Okay. I took the opportunity of checking the company's register, and there are 2 companies, Chelsea Enterprises Limited, but both have been removed from the company's office.
Yeah, it has been renamed now.
What has it been renamed?
Aman Cannons Creek Limited. It's the same company, just the name changed.
Okay. So the reference to Chelsea Enterprises is incorrect in 2 respects. It should actually be Cannons Creek Limited.
That happened just 2 months ago, and the application was submitted last year or way before that.
Okay. Just want to take you to page 172. This is the oblong extra that was purchased. And you might want to just zoom in on this. So there's a GST number on the receipt. And the GST number is 136644998. Yeah, can you see that?
Yeah.
Yep. And then if you go back to page 38, which is your accountant's letter. Sorry, I'm just trying to find that as well. That has a GST or an IRD number 121-664-534. And I just wanted to understand why are the 2 numbers different?
Yeah, as I said, the accountant mixed up between Chelsea and Aman Wahid. So he definitely put the name of the company different in front of the IRD number.
Okay. So the GST number for Bedford Super Ed is 136644998.
It's a different number. Yeah, sorry, it's a different number on page number 38 than what's on the invoice.
Okay. So that's a further error in terms of your accountant's letter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Just wanted to go to your alcohol license. And this is a bit small, so I'm just going to bring this up on my screen as well.
Sorry to interrupt there. Just for as a matter of process, we probably need to number these exhibits, these handouts that have been given this morning. We're referring to the license, it'll be Exhibit B.
Okay, thank you. So just taking you to the license and the condition that was raised by the inspector. So this is condition F. It says there will be no single sales of alcohol less than 500 mils. And then it says, and only in the form it was received in, i.e. boxes of 4, 6, 12, 18 and 24 packs. There will be no breaking open boxes to make smaller packs. And then the restriction doesn't apply to handcrafted expensive beers. So I just wanted to understand, with the singles that you're selling, do you receive those from the manufacturer as singles?
That's something I would recommend Karthik should answer because he's doing the buying for the shop.
Okay. Yeah. But you're the director and you're responsible for the license. So do you know if the singles that you're selling come as singles, or do they come in boxes of 4, 6, 12 or 18 or 24?
Oh, so last time when I had a conversation with Karthik, it was coming singles, and then later on the suppliers, they also started providing in 4, 6, 8 and 12 packs.
Okay. So do you break down 4, 6 or 12 packs into singles?
Yeah, that's what I think Karthik needs to reply back on this. Yeah.
So you don't know whether he's doing that or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that you should know that whether he's doing this or not?
Yes, he was supposed to tell me. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, Dr. Palmer took you to the what's called the social responsibility policy, which is that 41. I just wanted to clarify, so this is called a social responsibility policy. Is this the same document as the host responsibility policy?
I'm not sure with that.
Okay, so you're not sure. Okay. And if I take you back to your license, it says there must be a host responsibility policy. It's referred to particularly at M, a host responsibility must be maintained and displayed at all points of sale, and the licensee must ensure all staff receives training in their policy.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you have a host responsibility policy?
Yes, but it's different in that
So it's
it should be displayed. In
so
the
it's
shop.
different to this social responsibility policy.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you included the host responsibility policy in your application?
I don't know. I have to see.
Okay.
Have to see my application. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay. I put it to you that it's not in the application. Is that correct?
Yeah. If it's not in the application, then yes.
Okay. Just wanted to also just raise the local alcohol policy. I've got one copy of that myself, but I didn't make lots of copies of it. I'm just wondering whether I can present the one copy to the applicant or whether his lawyer's got access to the local alcohol policy.
I would just need Wi-Fi. I'm not using Wi-Fi at the moment.
Okay, I've got one copy if you want. Yeah.
If we can put a D on that, that would be Exhibit D.
I just thought perhaps as it's a public document and referred to it, might have been something others had access to. So I just wanted to take you to section 7.2C. And that says, except for supermarkets, every application for a new on, off or club licence or to vary an existing licence. So you accept that you're applying for a variation of your licence as well, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And then it goes on to say, existing licence in close proximity to a sensitive site. Is your premises in close proximity to a sensitive site, such as a school?
Yeah.
Yeah. Will require an impact assessment to determine the extent that the users of the sensitive site are likely to be exposed to alcohol promotion, consumption, and consumers from the proposed premises. The assessment must address the impact of that exposure and any proposed mitigation of the exposure. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the policy says.
Yeah. So have you prepared such an assessment?
Assessment for what? Could
Yeah.
you please-
So it says you require an impact assessment. Have you prepared an impact assessment? No. Okay. So are you compliant with that section of the local alcohol policy?
In terms of consumption and consumers from the proposed licensed premises, what we are discussing with our staff is just not to serve them alcohol, because they're the regular people. We know them by face as well, and tell them not to consume the drink outside, which again we can't actually force them and forcefully remove them from the site. Yes, we are also not running any heavy promotions like other supermarkets. And we are also proposing to clean the litter and everything from the side.
Yeah. But have you prepared an impact assessment?
Not at this stage.
No. Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Hewison, just because I haven't seen I'm assuming
Apologies.
this is the current LAP
Yeah,
and
it's
not,
the
not
the
the new one.
2017,
Perfect.
which is the one that applies currently. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do believe that there are copies being made of it.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for that. Just in response to the inspector's question about having looked at the information when the application was last renewed. Yeah, and so the inspector said, did you look back at the sales data and revenue information at the last time the license was renewed? And I recall you said you hadn't. Is that correct?
They mentioned about 2% of alcohol sale comparison to my numbers was showing. And that's why I said I can't comment on the previous owner's data. But yes, overall revenue, we had a look because we were buying the business. So we had to look at the sale and everything.
Right.
But
Yeah.
it's two different things.
Yeah. So that was my question, though. When you look at purchasing a business, wouldn't you look at the revenue and the revenue data?
Yes, we had a look at the overall revenue of the business. And obviously at the same time, we look at for what is the potential in the business to sell more and more food items and to increase the range because there was no produce that time, there was no meat products that time. So those all the potentials we had a look and we have been slowly working on it.
Yeah. But you would have looked at that, the amount of alcohol sales as part of that assessment of purchasing the business, wouldn't you?
Yes, we had a look at the alcohol sale, we had a look at the lotto sale, all the types of sales in the shop. And again, based on all that, only we made the decision.
Okay. So you would have known the sales volume of alcohol, which is what the inspector was asking.
No, we did not go into the breakdown and the percentage wise. We just had a look that, okay, this is what the shop is doing, weekly turnover or annual turnover. And the portion of that is coming from alcohol. But how much portion, percentage wise, we did not go to the breakdown.
Okay. Thank you, Mum. I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hewison. I will now go to the committee. Who would like to go first?
And I'm sorry, we do have another objector party, and I just want to check. Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask the applicant?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll start with some questions. They may leap around a little bit, and apologies for that in advance. Some of the questions I had have already sort of been touched on or may have already been asked, so I might go backwards and forwards, but let's just start. Perhaps just starting with what has just been asked. In terms of the local alcohol policy, you've been referred to clause 7.2, and you have accepted that there is a variation to this licence and it's close to, the premises are close to sensitive sites, and therefore clause 7.2 that you were referred to applies. There is another clause under clause 7.2 which relates to reverse sensitivity. And I mean, that's sort of like an exception, but it seems to me that that doesn't apply to you. But I just really want to clarify that that applies to new licence applications. Well, it applies to new licence applications for premises for which an existing licence is held at the date of application, unless the nature of the application differs significantly from the current licence. So it could or could not apply to your situation. And I really just wanted to know what you thought about that. I'll ask for the legal submission in relation to that as well, but because there is a legal point to this. And I appreciate that this is really being raised with you on the spot, but I just guess I wanted to know what you might think about that in terms of whether you come within this exception in clause 7.2D or not. I know the licensing inspector's information has sort of touched on it. And as I understand the licensing inspector, she's saying that it wouldn't apply to you, but I'm just interested in what your view is.
I can only talk not from the legal side, I'm not expert in that, but just from the business perspective and from the operations. When we took the shop and the day it is today, we have always encouraged customers more towards buying grocery, not promoting alcohol. Every time we got the concern raised by any of the agency or anybody, we have straight away worked on it and rectified it. Whether it's selling cheap alcohol, we increase the price straight away. Whether it's single cans or 4-pack and everything. So we end of the day, we just wanna be in the community, serve the community, making sure that they are getting more and more of food and grocery and the hot food and other range, which we're slowly working on. Obviously, it's not going to change the whole premises from a veggie shop to a supermarket, but it is slowly getting into a shape of increasing more range of fruit, vegetables, fresh meats, hot food items. We also worked on cutting down the alcohol area. We're using the half of what's in the previous plan. So that shows that we are not encouraging people to buy more and more alcohol. That's what I would just head up at this moment.
Okay, thank you. So are you saying that since you've taken over this business, there's been a shift to focus more on food?
Yes.
Than other things?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We also started doing a lot of wholesale from the site. So we're supplying to Fresh Choice, which used to be Super Value, some food items, some big grocery items as well, because obviously there's a price variance from the suppliers providing to supermarkets and providing to us. So we always looking into that. There are so many products which supermarkets can't buy because we are franchised. But yes, independent shops can buy. So we supply them to them as well. So we are always working on grocery sale more than the alcohol.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to the GST number, and I just wanted to clarify for my own thinking, what the GST number is that applies to the applicant company in this application. And we have a statement of accounts that was filed in with the application for the 2023 year. That has a GST number, which relates to another company. And then we have the updated statement of accounts or information about sales revenue, which applies for a shorter 12-month period, ending in 2024. And then we have a receipt that's been produced in one of the briefs of evidence, and all of those things have a different GST number. So as the director of this company, what is the correct GST number? Is it the one on the receipt? Is it the one on the accounts or the sales revenue certified by your accountant for the ending on the 2024 period? Which one do you understand it to be?
To the best of my knowledge, the one which is on the receipt printed is the most accurate one.
Okay, thank you. So if that's the most accurate one, the evidence given to the committee is some certified information from your accountant, but you're confirming that that certified information is wrong in some material ways, being the GST number that's being referred to, the company that's being referred to. And that then raises a question about the accuracy of the information that's provided by the accountant. We don't have the accountant here to ask about that, and really we can only ask anything that you might know about that. But it is does seem a concern that the accountant has provided some pieces of information that are quite inaccurate, and therefore the question arises, well, is the sales information accurate? What do you think about the information that's being provided? Could it be that some of it may not be accurate, or could relate to even another entity? Is that possible?
There were only just two entities which my accountant looks after, which is Chelsea Enterprises, which is now Aman Cannons Creek Limited, and just Aman Wahid. So he only just got mixed up between these two. As far as the sales revenue is concerned, the table number 1, the sales revenue he provided, are the accurate one because they came out from the POS system which we use to serve customers. So those data we pulled out and we gave to the accountant because he can't access remotely to that software. The another thing is that why they're accurate is because the sales revenue of Chelsea Enterprises or Aman Cannons Creek is way, way, way different in terms of these figures. So they are not like two businesses running on pretty much similar sales volume. It's a very, very different volume. Obviously, the size and the customers we serve at Fresh Choice is very different than this. So I can easily say that these numbers are not the numbers of that shop, the sales number.
So are you saying that the other company, Chelsea, what business does that operate?
The supermarket.
So that's a Fresh Choice around the corner?
Yes.
In terms of the application for a licence that was made by that, by the applicant several years ago applied to sell alcohol at that grocery store around the corner, and that was declined in the end. It was opposed and it was declined. I'm not sure if you were owning the business then or not. No, because you took... that was under a different company name, that particular shop. So I'm just unsure around what the actual name of the company that operates that grocery store around the corner actually is.
As of right now?
Yeah.
So when I got the business, it used to be Chelsea Enterprises Limited. That's why the accountant put that name incorrectly.
Yes.
And just few months ago, it changed to Aman Cannons Creek Limited. But it's the same company.
Okay. So you were saying Aman Cannons Creek Limited operates the grocery store, the Fresh Choice grocery store around the corner.
Yes.
And before that, it used to be Chelsea Enterprises Limited.
Yes, and trading as Super Value.
Trading as Super Value.
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of sorry, I'm just looking something up. In terms of here it is. In terms of the address of the Fresh Choice store around the corner, what is the address of that premise again?
The physical address?
Yeah.
16 Warspite.
Okay. In 2020, there was an application for 16 Warspite Avenue to sell alcohol at that grocery store,
Okay.
which was declined. I'm just looking at a copy of the written decision, which is available online. And the company that applied for that application was called Armin Supervalue Limited. It wasn't Chelsea.
Yeah.
So
So that
I'm-
was previous owners.
That was the previous owners.
Yes, I took over that business under Chelsea
Okay.
in 2023, end of January.
Okay. Okay, so Chelsea purchased that business.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That clarifies up which company's what.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first sales revenue information, the accountant who says he's certified it is accurate actually used the wrong company and should have had the name of the applicant, which is Armin Wahid Limited, in that information.
Yeah.
And should have used the right GST number as well.
Yes.
But despite certifying it, he didn't. You said that you raised that with him, did you?
I did initially raise with him. When he sent the draft copies to have a look, I told him this should not be Chelsea. It should be Aman Wahid. And as far as I remember, we have submitted the right copy as well. If you don't mind, I can check with Mohammed because he was dealing with my application that time. We have submitted to the Porirua City Council the right copy with the right name and everything, but I don't know. It's not coming up here.
Okay, so you're saying you raised it with him because it was incorrect.
Yeah.
So it was submitted, it came in with your application and it's wrong.
Yes.
And you discovered that and you raised it with your accountant.
Yeah.
And your understanding, are you saying that it was supposed to be corrected?
Corrected. Yes.
And did you, well, it hasn't been corrected. Did you do anything about ensuring that it was going to be corrected?
What I recall, because it was submitted more than a year ago, what I recall is that the accountant sent the corrected one, but I just don't know how it did not pass it on to my application status. It just must be, with lots of emails. The document must have misplaced the right one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you didn't correct it in your own evidence either, even though you knew it was incorrect? Because that was an opportunity, your brief of evidence was an opportunity to correct that incorrect information, but it hasn't been referred to in your evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're saying that there was a correct one given or saved?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that? What was going to happen to the correct version? Was it supposed to be submitted to the council?
Yeah, that was the one which was supposed to be submitted.
Did you check that it had been submitted with the council?
I just have to go back to my emails and check that. Yeah.
Okay.
Past ones, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, sorry, I'm just going to check. What else? In your brief of evidence that was filed, the first one, and this is just going back to the single can sales and breaking down of packets, and sorry, I'll just see if I can find out the page number for your brief of evidence in the bundle. I think it may start, is it 63 where it starts?
Yeah.
At paragraph 24 of that brief, so that's 66. Sorry, not 24. 23, paragraph 23.
Yes.
That says, I have compiled a table which lists the prices of our standard range of beer. And that comparative list, which was discussed earlier, you've said that not all of those items listed are being sold by your company, but your brief of evidence is saying that they are the items sold by your company.
You mean all of the items? you
Yes.
say?
That's what it suggests in your brief of evidence.
So as we discuss about Heineken, as we said, we are not selling single cans. We're only selling like two for $10. That's what the photograph was. So we made the table just as a reference that the initial point when we had the visit was given to us that you guys are selling very, very cheap alcohol. So the table we have made by comparison with other supermarkets that now we are not. We are expensive than the supermarkets.
So why would you include prices for items that you say you are not selling? What's the need to do that?
It was just only as a reference to show that we are not the place where people are encouraged to come and buy cheap alcohol.
So, so you're confirming that your business does not sell single cans of beer, or never has, since you've owned it?
No, we used to sell single cans until we got the visit from Ministry of Health and they raised the concern.
Okay.
Because when we took over the shop from previous owner, we were just running as it is, the way they were running it.
Okay. Okay. So then, just going back to the off license that is currently in force for this business and was in force when you took over the premises. And it's already been referred to, and it's now called Exhibit B, as I understand it. And the conditions in that, as has already been mentioned, condition F, that there will be no single sales of alcohol less than 500 ml and only in the form it was received in. And I appreciate that you're saying that your manager, Mr. Patel, will have better knowledge about how the beer cans are purchased, whether they're purchased in single cans or they're purchased in boxes. And we'll find out more information from him about that. But in relation to these conditions, were you aware of what was in the conditions to the license that you were taking over?
Yes.
Okay.
So we were selling 500 ml cans or above, which was 750 ml bottles as well.
Okay.
But not less than 500 mls.
Okay. So then, if you were aware of that, why is the applicant offering that condition in this application if it was already there to start with?
I think we were more in a impression that if it is needed to stop selling even 2 packs, we are happy to do that as well. And we can just only go to whatever the suppliers are providing, just only pre-pack 4 packs or 6 packs.
Okay. Because the condition that was offered at the very beginning of this hearing was specifically prevent sale of single beer or cider, no single sales under 500 ml.
Yeah. At the same time, it says less than 500 ml, but if it is required to just stop selling even 500 ml cans as well, we are happy to do that as well.
Okay.
Not just less than 500, even 500 ml cans as well.
Okay. Okay, just another question on this condition, and that is, you've just said that you're aware of the condition, and is it correct to say that you consider that your business is complying with that condition? And that is that no single sales under 500 ml,
Yes.
and don't break down packets of beer or alcohol, and whatever packet they come in, they're not to be broken down. They can only be sold in the quantity that they're purchased in.
Yes, so we're not selling anything less than 500 ml.
Okay, but are you breaking down packets?
That I need to, Karthik needs to confirm. that.
Okay. So if you're not 100% sure if you're breaking down packets or not, how can you know if you're complying with the condition?
So the last time when we had a check, like I had a check with Karthik, that time the cans were coming loose from the suppliers. And then I just need to know whether it's still happening or not. Because he does all the buying for us.
Okay, and when was that the last time that you checked?
I would say at least 5 to 6 weeks ago. I had a phone call with him and I had a check with him.
And who is the supplier?
Also, he buys from Lion Brewery. He buys from Asahi directly as well. And he also buys from other big retailers as well. They have got better pricing.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I have some more questions. I'll find them. Oh, okay. In the company's office information for your company, Aman Wahid Limited, I think the licensing inspector has referred to the company's office, the information recorded or held by the company's office. If you have a look at the company, and one issue that the committee needs to decide is whether your business is a dairy or convenience store, or whether it is a grocery store, as you say. And the company's office information held lists in terms of the industry classification of this particular company. It says it is a dairy superette operation. I don't know what you know about that. That's just something on the company's office record. Yeah. That's how it's classified this particular business. But what's your view of that?
See, as when we took over the shop, we took over the company as well as it is, Aman Wahid. It used to be Aman Wahid and it's still Aman Wahid. And we did not do any changes on the company side except changing the directors and shareholder. And until we applied for the license for renewal, and then we got into all this legality and numbers and everything, and got more into detail that, okay, dairy shop versus grocery store. Till that time, I literally did not know all these things about it. It's even my first time sitting here and in the hearing. So there are so many small things which definitely got missed out, and I accept that. Like the information of Chelsea, GST number, and all those things. And one of the thing as well that we did not change that on company website as well, that what is supposed to be under the classification code. Until now, we are talking about it today.
Okay, thank you. In terms of this takeover of the business, I understand that you purchased the shares, or the shareholders of the current shareholders in your company
Yes.
purchased the shares in the company. Was it March or April of 2023?
Yeah, I think end of March, first week of April.
Okay. And I think it's Section 64 of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act requires, when there's a change of director or a change in control of the company, i.e. the shareholders have changed, or a significant number of them have, there's a requirement, sorry, it's not 64, is it 164? No, 69, okay, thank you. There's a requirement to, yes it is, 69, to notify ALA, the authority, that there's been a change, either in the shareholding of the company or the directors of the company. And it's understood that, I think maybe the inspectorate had asked about whether there had been such a notification. And it's understood that a copy of the notice sent to ALA was provided to the inspector, as I understand it. And we have also asked for information around that. We've got a copy, we've been given a copy of that that notice that was sent to ALA, and we should probably produce it as another exhibit in the information that we've received. That letter to ALA confirms that there's been a change in director, and I appreciate that you don't have that in front of you right now, so if you can't recall what's in it, then let me know. But just in terms of the letter, it confirms what's in, that there's been a change in director, but it doesn't say there's been a change in the shareholding. It doesn't specify any changes in the shareholding. But what are you aware of around that notification to ALA?
I have, so when I took over the same company, Aman Wahid, that time, all those changes and all those sides of the company changes and everything was looked after by Apex Licensing, who were, the previous owner were also using them. So I have continued with them. And I just literally left everything on them to inform the right authority and everything. Because at that time, I was dealing with two businesses together. Chelsea, which I got 2 months ago, and then straight away after 2 months, this one came on board. So I fully just trusted that authority will, or that agency will inform the right authorities. And I did not literally double check after that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think it's your application, in the section concerning supplementary environmental questions, there's a statement that the applicant is committed to supporting the local community. In your view, what does that mean for you?
So as part of that super value, which is now Fresh Choice, we donate free fruits and everything to the local schools. There are people who come every Tuesday and they take things from us. Whatever food which is about to get before the best before date or close to the expiry, which we can't sell due to regulations, we freeze them, and then we donate if anybody is willing to take that. And we are just consistently looking if anybody needs any kind of a financial support, and we can do some kind of a fundraising for them. So those small steps which we are taking in the community. end of the day, both the businesses are under the same owners. Yes, they're two different names, but the whole point is just to give back to the people.
Okay. In terms of the photos of people drinking alcohol quite close to outside your premises, which is in a liquor ban area, what is your view on that? There has been discussion around whether they're drinking alcohol from your premises or whether they're drinking it from somewhere out, they're buying it somewhere else and coming in. But is there any, you've talked about if you suspect, I think in the evidence there's a statement saying if you suspect that a person may be considering drinking alcohol outside, then they're discouraged to do so. In your experience, how often are you coming across people who might be wanting to drink outside? I mean, you can only tell us what you know, but...
See, when they come to buy alcohol, they don't say where they're going to go and drink. Sometimes they just take a box of 12-pack or 24-pack and they don't sit outside, they just take it home. And sometimes they just even open it and drink outside. It depends what company they are with and how many friends or whatever people are with them. The other thing which we have also been discussing internally in the store is that they are not new faces all the time. They are very certain people, only those who sit outside and drink. And my staff know 99% of them by face. So we were also just thinking just not to serve them anymore. We just literally refuse them. Whether you are sober or intoxicated, doesn't really matter. We will just not serve you. So after that, if they really want to go all the way to Countdown or somewhere else, it's their decision. But then we won't be responsible for having them sitting outside and drinking.
Okay. So how long have you known that there's regulars who like to sit outside and drink?
I would say that in last 5 to 6 months, we have seen them by faces. Like some people have moved from that area. Maybe they moved out somewhere. And some are very common faces. They also got fined many times by police. I think one person out of them passed away a few weeks ago as well. So we know them by face. Like most of them, we know them.
And if you know them, would it be fair to say that they're buying the alcohol from your premise?
Yes, when they come inside the shop, we know them by face.
Yeah. Okay. And if you know that they've been fined many times by the police, is that recorded in an incident report?
See, with the fine, we only found them 2 or 3 people got fined within last 3 to 4 weeks. Before that, we did not know about the fine because when they are fined, police don't come and tell us that we have fined them. We just found out from other regular customers who come and just do that little bit of talk with us and just tell us things.
Okay. And has that been written into an incident report or record? Would you put that information in an incident record?
We should have put in there, and I've discussed this with Karthik and the team. But in last 2-3 weeks, I did not check the incident report.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just checking if I have some more questions. In terms of another thing that the committee needs to make a decision about is, I think I've mentioned, is whether this is a grocery store or not. And the Super Value store, which is now Fresh Choice, which is located around around the corner, sells groceries and is a grocery store. If you compare your this current applicant business with that, would you agree that there's some difference between the two?
Definitely, there's a difference because it's a very big store and it can range thousands of products versus this is a small place. We can't range everything because I look after operations for both. But what we are doing is that we're keeping small portion of all the types of range where people come and they at least have something rather than nothing in the shop. So instead of like having a whole range of dishwashing liquid, we have got dishwashing liquid that will do the job for that moment. And obviously, people don't come to us for doing a bulk shopping.
Okay.
And then in terms of food as well, recently, like Fresh Choice has been expanded from Super Value to Fresh Choice. It's been rebrand. We are working on opening a kitchen with lots of foods, in-house bakery and everything. And that's the whole idea is to supply to Aman Wahid as well, because we are the same business, under same owners.
Okay. So despite there's a difference between the two, one's higher volume
Yes.
for items,
Yes.
and your business is smaller for one-off type purchases.
Yes.
Would
As a
you?
space restrictions as one of the factor. We are not that same size, and at the same time, people obviously consider their store is just like a quick walk-in, pick up things and go, rather than coming for like a full range of shopping once a week or twice a week. So that's why we have got a different focus on that shop than the supermarket. Same time, supermarket is a franchised. We have got to follow what our franchisor is telling us. But independent shop, we have got our own way of running things and looking at things and focusing on the type of customers coming more into shop. If we have got more of the customers who are more into buying drinks and chips or just pies, quickly grab a pie and drink and go, then we more focus on increasing that range. But in supermarket, they're coming to have more of a big bulk packets of raw meat, so they can go home and cook because that's cheaper and there's much more range there. Then we focus on that. So can't 100% compare.
Okay. Could you say it was? Because what we need to think about is that really the applicant shop more a convenience store or dairy, and the Fresh Choice is more of a grocery store. Would you? I mean, what's your view?
I would say Fresh Choice is now a supermarket range because the floor area has been increased. That used to be only 16 watts part. Now it's 14 as well. So it's gone bigger. So, and Fresh Choice is a known brand in New Zealand as a supermarket. And if I talk about Bedford, I will not agree calling it a dairy shop. It definitely has improved a lot in terms of more range and everything. And I would say is 90% close to grocery. Yeah.
Okay.
And once we have got more food items in there, which we are working on making our own kitchen and everything, it will be a proper grocery store.
Kitchen to sell bakery items, is that correct?
Bakery and all the cooked food inside the kitchen as well, because we have got fryers, ovens, like a full-fledged proper kitchen.
Okay. And in terms of the sales information and the tobacco figure, and there's been discussion around the figure currently is the gross figure without the excise duty taken off it. And so your evidence is that if you took that off, that would decrease it by a lot, and it would change the proportion of tobacco being sold.
Yes.
And would mean that the sale of food items would be the primary items that are being sold in the shop.
Yes.
in terms of, just from my understanding, in terms of the tobacco excise, how does that work? You sell tobacco to a customer. There's the gross sales price for that. Some of that is excise duty, which is then paid to the Crown. Is that correct?
So, so for example, a packet of Chesterfield Red 20 selling for $30, just for example.
Yeah.
That's our RRP to customers, but that's coming to us is including tax is 27 or 27.50. So that money we have already paid to Philip Morris or whoever the supplier is, and from there they pay all the excise and everything to the government. And what percentage they're selling to which brand is nowhere available.
Okay, so in the cost that you pay to purchase the product, that's already got the tax built into it.
Yes.
Okay, and so you're saying you don't know what that is.
Yeah, because that's the suppliers. They are not going to share this with us for our legal matter, unless it's a public share data somewhere which everybody has access to. Or I don't know if there's where government needs to come in and say you have to share this. But
Okay.
the margin is where it's just a 10%. If I talk about selling for $30, we're buying for 27, 90% is already has been paid to the supplier. So the 10% is what the gross profit margin is on smoke.
Okay. So you're saying it's not possible to actually remove the excise duty from the sales figures for tobacco?
No, for us it's not possible. Even the software which we are using or the provider, they're supplying the same software to so many super aids dairy shops all over New Zealand. They also don't have solution for that.
Okay. And it's not possible to even know what that is and when you're buying the tobacco from your supplier, it's not possible to know what proportion of that cost is excise duty.
No, because it's not one standard excise duty. It's different from brand to brand, or different smoke to different smoke. So they also don't have one number to share that you take this and minus 70% or 60%. I called them, but again, the customer service was not so helpful to provide.
Okay. So it's commercially sensitive information and they don't give it to you.
Yes.
So how then do you know that it is about 70% or 50% of the cost if you don't have the information?
There's just a generalized information I have recovered from other retailers. They have been in this industry for 10, 20, 30 years. And they have got more knowledge, more experience than me. So I had a chat with a lot of my friends who have got super aids and dairy shops and all. And I had a chat with my accountant as well. So he also said, and he mentioned that in the comment as well, that is somewhere around 70%. But again, it's a generalized, or you can say an average number of 70%. Some products might be 60, some person might be 80.
Okay, so it's just generalised. It's not completely accurate, and you don't really know for certain.
Yes, because that number is not available anywhere.
Okay, so I mean, we're receiving these figures, and we need to know how much weight we're putting on them. And if it's generalised information, and the accountant's provided certified information that's inaccurate, then there might be less weight we might put on them than we otherwise would. But that is really the reasons for the questions, and it's certainly helpful to...
Yeah, but one number is confirmed, is that the gross profit margin on smoke is 9 to 10% only. So whatever we're selling for, 90% is already going away to supplier or in the form of tax or excise duty or wherever. Or like 15% is already a GST in it.
I understand that the GST has been removed from the sales figures that have been provided?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. In the information that, or the evidence that you've provided, it says that the alcohol sales has decreased from 22.27% to 6.89% from December of 2023. What has changed? Why has that decreased?
One of the main reason was making it expensive, and the second reason was just going into more into 4-packs and 2-packs, and that's where many of the customers have commented on that as well.
What are their comments?
You guys are expensive now, and that time they used to go to the next door shop because they used to have alcohol license that time. And I think it's just only 2 months ago they stopped selling alcohol.
Okay. So then, so when was the alcohol sold in your shop made more expensive and changed from 4-packs or 2-packs? When did that happen?
That happened straight away after our first visit from Ministry of Health. That was last year.
Okay. And when did the point of sale system change?
That changed in June last year.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to remind myself when the updated information relates to. So that relates to the 28th of June 24 to the 23rd of May of this year.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're saying from when the medical officer of health visited your shop, you've made changes in terms of the pricing of alcohol and the quantities that are being sold of items. Okay. So you're saying that's reflected in this decrease in sales revenue that's being received.
Yeah. And
throughout.
also we increased a lot of food options in the shop.
Okay.
We also got that slushy machine, so that's another additional advantage for kids to have slushy. And there's all small things have increased more into the food or drinks than alcohol.
Okay. And you've also said that you've reduced the size of the area where alcohol is available. When did that happen?
So when we took over the shop, the alcohol was obviously there was a chiller full of alcohol, and in front of the chiller there's a big aisle, and that used to be almost 70 to 75% full, which we have reduced it down to 50%, and that area we filled up with all the female hygiene cares and all those things.
Okay. And when did you do that? When you took over or later?
We took over, and I think we have done 2 or 3 months after that only.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you would say you did that in 2023, about July?
July, August onwards,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. There has been comment in, I think, the evidence for the agencies that, or there's been an observation that the amount, the alcohol area in your shop is there's still quite a large volume of alcohol sold in proportion to the size of your shop. What is your comment or response to that, if any?
How do we measure this? Like, what should be the proportion? 5% of the whole floor area or 10%? To be honest, I don't know that. If there's any kind of a guideline, then yes, I can actually comment on it. But if I look at my whole overall shop floor area and the area of the alcohol, it's very less. And it's less than what previously council has approved. or DLC has approved. So it's actually gone lesser, not more than that.
Okay.
And that also helps in visibility as well, because that area is now more towards the end of the shop in the corner. So where that remaining 75%, which I just previously mentioned, it's gone down to 50%, and that area is now full of other grocery items and other miscellaneous items. Is very, very less visible now.
Okay. Did that change? And I appreciate that we don't have any sales information for the period 1 January to 23 June 2024. There's no sales information that you have provided that covers that. And you've said that the point of sales information, because it got updated in June, that's the reason why that information is missing.
Yes. So the software provider changed the whole software system, and they did not even have anything on iCloud or anywhere. So the data was not there. Yes, we have got sale information revenue, which is coming into the bank account,
Yeah.
but that doesn't show the breakdown.
Okay.
Just only shows what the revenue is.
But you did have that for 2023 because you provided some sales information, so you've been able to extract that then.
We have provided till 31st of December 2023
Yeah.
from 1st of Jan. But then again, from 1st of January 2024 till that 24th is that 6 months we did not have the data, because that time we did not pull out any information for auditing or any other purposes. And when the financials are made by the accountant, they don't look into breakdown, they just look into overall sales. Accountant also never asks for any breakdown because it doesn't concern him that how much alcohol you're selling in this, unless we ask him to prepare like a special report showing us other different departments.
Okay. But he was able, or maybe he was given information for the 2023 year, although he doesn't normally ask for it.
No, he was only given information every time we had to update council with the breakdown of this report for the licensing purposes. Then only we have given him the report and he made the report for us.
Okay. Okay, so it wasn't needed to do that for the period of 6 months, Jan to June 24, and so you didn't pull it out, you changed your point of sales machine and lost the information.
Yeah, and then again in October when it was asked and we pulled out the report from June to October, again that which is on one of the pages in that report, and then again this time from 25th June to May.
Okay. And I think this might be a final question. I do appreciate it's been a while. Thank you. In relation to the hours of trade, the hours being requested from early in the morning or relatively early in the morning till a half an hour before the closing time or something like that, as I understand it. In terms of needing to sell alcohol as an off licence, what is the need to sell alcohol quite early in the morning? And because we've got to think about responsible sale and supply of alcohol. And if, I mean, I don't know if you agree or not, but responsible drinking may not be drinking early in the morning or in the morning. There may be different views on that. But in terms of needing to supply alcohol early in the morning, I mean, what is your view on that? Is that responsible, selling it at certain times of the day, or could those hours be altered?
See, as I said first, that we have just continued this hours and everything as the license since we took over the same business as it is. So those hours are continuing. As far as the Monday to Friday, 8:30 p.m. is the time. We actually close the shop at 8 o'clock. So
Okay.
we don't sell it for that 30 minutes. So there's half an hour, it's already reduced. And evening is the time where people tend to drink more than morning. I'm like, that's my personal opinion. But we don't sell it after 8. The shop is closed at 8. Yeah, Saturday, Sunday is what the time is followed because we have to open till 7 for the Lotto compliance. Can't close before that. Yeah, if 9 a.m., my personal opinion, to be honest, I won't go to drink at 9 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, I'm happy to alter those hours as well if it's needed.
Okay. And what do you think would be a better time to start sale of alcohol then if you altered the hours?
10, 10:30.
Okay. Because that would be, I mean, because the time in terms of the conditions associated with license, if we were minded to grant the license, then we could alter the time of the that alcohol was supplied, and you're saying that you would be happy to change that to 10 or 10:30.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I do have another question, and that is...
Sorry, may I just interrupt? Sorry.
Yes.
We actually do have standing orders that apply. So as it's 1:15, I need a motion just to continue without a break of 10 minutes. I will move that. Can I have it? You second it, and we're okay with it to continue on?
Yeah, yes, I do appreciate it. It's getting quite late, and we do need a break. I think I have one more question,
Okay.
And so I'll ask that, and then we'll break for a lunch break. Thank you all for bearing with all of these questions. So, just final question in terms of the incident log. I think there's been evidence given that there's no issues, but. And we do need to get more information from your manager in relation to the incident log. But the question I have is, well, if it's not being kept up to date or recording everything, how do you know that there are no issues if you're not recording it?
Yeah, I didn't say that we are not recording at all. I said yes, those people who got fined in last few weeks, that 2-3 weeks were amount like time frame of the incident book. I did not see it.
Yeah.
But yes, there is incident logbook, and then they are recording in there.
Okay.
So recently, when we had a training, we had a look at that as well.
Okay.
The staff training.
All right. Thank you. So then. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwakama.
Yes, thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions from me. What's the highest percentage of beer that you sell?
We have got what's the name? 8.6. That's the just name of the beer, and that is around close to 8%.
You say that you support the local community by giving, to the people and fruit, and which is great. But how do you actually interact with the Cannons Creek community?
See, I spend most of my time in Fresh Choice, and because Bedford is not too far, it's just a walking distance. And obviously because it's a big supermarket, majority of or I would say, is a very heavy volume store in terms of foot traffic. So being on the floor day-to-day basis, I get to interact with people a lot. We also have got a lot of staff who are local, and we get to know them, know through them as well that, hey, this is what we needed in the community, or this is what somebody is looking for. And that way we just try to approach them. If they're in the shop, we talk to them face to face, or we just get our staff to contact them and they come and then see us. We used to have one ex-staff who also lives in Cannons Creek. He left the job almost 8 to 9 months ago because he was suffering from cancer. And we still just every week provided grocery to his family. He passed away last week. But yeah, we just looking for opportunities or people who need help. I personally come from retail industry as a fast food. I used to have Domino's in Wanganui, and since 2017, still today, every week we donate free pizza to Wanganui Emergency Hospital team because they are the one working tirelessly and day and night. So it's not that I've been doing just because of this business. It's that I've been doing it's just my nature. We just looking wherever is needed.
Thank you. So you say that you want to help the community. So would you say that those people that come into your store on a regular basis and purchase alcohol and sit outside the shop and drink alcohol, do you think that those people might need help?
I agree. They might need help. In what ways? I don't know. Need to find out. But as I said, that I have been thinking and discussing with my team that we just literally just stop serving them. So at least one thing is out of the way to harm them. So, which is alcohol.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing is, if we have a look at the sales revenue of the sales of tobacco, the revenue has increased. So even with the excise tax taken off it, would you say that the quantity of tobacco is still quite high in regards to people coming and purchase? So I'm talking about quantity, not sales.
I would say the quantity has either same what was last year or less because the prices have been keep on increasing by the suppliers. Like every year, 3 to 4 times we see the price increase.
I think that's all I have for now. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody for your patience so far. We do need to have a break, a lunch break before we carry on any further. But just to be aware that we will listen to Mr. Patel when we come back from lunch, and then we'll come straight to the Porirua Whānau Centre. All right?
Thank you. Sorry, Council, you have a...
Oh yes, just after the break, I've got a few questions and re-examination of just matters that arose that I'd like to ask.
Okay, thank you. Right. So we will go on lunch break now. It is 1:20, and we'll be back at... We'll be back here at 2:00. Thank you. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your break. We will. The hearing is set to finish at 5 o'clock today, so we will go to 5 o'clock. If at any point we will need to go through into tomorrow, I will let you know this before 5 o'clock today. But as I said with the process, we're going to go to Mr. Middlemiss first, and then we will go to Kartik Patel, and then we will go to the main objective being Porirua Whānau Centre after that. All right, today. Cool. All right, Mr. Middlemiss.
Thank you. So only a few questions in re-examination, just in relation to questions you were asked about the inspector's visit to the premises, and she says that she was unable to get the training records, or records generally, I think, through the manager that was on site. Just wanted to know, have you had any issues with any agency compliance checks in the past like that? I'm asking you, yeah.
No issues.
Have any agencies expressed that they've been unable to find records?
Nothing has been, so far.
And just wanted to talk a little bit about the variation to the single alcohol area that was discussed. What is the actual variation that you're making?
Reducing, I'm happy to go even 500 ml cans as well, remove as a single
just
can.
talking about the single alcohol area.
Just area. So currently the area which has already been reduced to 50%, so happy to keep that way.
So what is the effect of that variation on the availability of alcohol from the superette?
Oh, it will definitely reduce the range and more products less from the shelf.
That's it from me, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just call Mr. Patel. I might actually just run out and get him.
Thank you.
Can I just sit? Yeah. I, Kartik Kumar Patel, swear by Almighty God that the evidence I am about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. So again, taking his brief of evidence is read, so we can proceed to questioning. Thank you.
We will start with our licensing inspector.
Thank you. Kartik, I note that you do have a current manager's certificate. Do you know the expiry date of that certificate?
I think it's somewhere in July, if I'm not wrong, 27th of July 2025.
Okay, thank you. Yep, it's actually 17, but
17,
hey, well done you.
Yeah.
And just a quick couple of questions just to confirm that came out of your boss's evidence. Do you sell single 500 ml cans of alcohol?
Yes, we do. But again, adding to that, there are two types. I mean, 500 ml single lager cans. We don't have craft beers in our store. Anything less than 7%, we sell it in a single packs. But anything that is over 7%, which comes as a 4-pack from manufacturer, we sell it in 4 packs. If you take an example, Tui Strong, Kingfisher Strong, there are so many. We sell it in single 4 packs. But anything less than 7% in lager cans, 500 ml only, we sell it in singles.
Great.
But that, saying that there are two things, Heineken, we do sell it at 2 for 10, and that's again only and only 2. If somebody comes with 1, we deny the sale.
So the Heineken cans, how does it come to you?
In a box of 500 ml in 12 packs from Tasman Liquor.
So they come to you in 12 packs?
That's the box, yeah.
Okay. So according to your license, you can't break down, you have to sell it as it's sold to you.
But if you consider that, don't get me wrong there, but it has the, if we were to sell that whole packs, it will be about $70-80. Nobody sell them in just the whole packs because they are meant to be sold single. And again, as I said, if that 500 ml cans comes in a 4-pack from manufacturer, we sell it as a 4-pack. But if it comes in 12-pack, we sell it in singles.
Okay.
But anything that is in bottles, 300 ml, 330 mils, 18 packs, 24 packs, 12 packs, 6 packs, we sell it as it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the conditions of your license?
Yes.
Are you aware in particular of condition E? F?
F, yes, I am.
So that refers to boxes of 4, 6, 12, 18 and 24 packs.
Yep, that is correct. But it also says there will no be single cans only in form of that receive 12 packs, 18 packs, 24 packs. But if you go anyway, I'm talking in general, nobody sell them in 12 packs because they're meant to be sold singly, 400 ml cans. Anyway.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm asking you, are you aware of the condition
Yes.
on your license?
Yeah.
And it says if it comes to you in a 12-pack, you have to sell it in a 12-pack. But you're saying that's not correct?
I'm not saying it's not correct. It is correct. But those cans in particular are meant to, everyone just in general I'm talking about, sell it singly. And we've been followed. And when I joined the store, that was used to happen. And I continued. And from December 2024, we stopped selling strong 500 ml cans in singles. We only sell it in 4-pack.
Okay. My question isn't about everybody else because they possibly don't have the same condition as you have. Not everyone has got the same conditions. But my question to you is, are you telling me you're operating outside that condition of your license?
I strongly still deny that. Again, it says that 12 in boxes of 4, 6, 12, 18, 24 packs. It might be meant to be because there is no clear that it was meant to be for, because there are some other bottles and other things as well, other products, which comes in 4, 6, 18, 24 packs as well. So that's, considering that, I still think that what we are doing is a right thing.
Why do you say that?
Considering in general, I think I completely agree with your point. I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything. As per the condition, 12 packs, but 4, 6, 12, 18, 24. But again, when I used to work for a liquor store, just in general, I'm talking about, that was meant to be sold in single, and that's what I've been following, and that's what used to happen to the Bedford Super 8 before I joined as well. So I continued that.
Okay, as you're referring to a previous liquor store, did they have that condition, the exact same condition?
Not aware of that, not remember the conditions at the moment.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the, going back to the Heinekens, why have you decided to sell it in 2-packs?
Just we want to, again, we've been selling it as expensive than a market as well, and to sell it, because not $6 anybody can just come and get it. $10 there might be a possibility there are few people who can buy it.
So I'm sorry, you really haven't answered my question. Why have you decided to sell it in 2-packs?
There is no particular reason. Sorry, I'm afraid.
That's okay. So what other 500ml cans, or what 500ml cans do you sell singularly?
Do you want me to name the companies?
No, I want to know the brand.
Export Gold, Bavaria 8.6, 6.8, Bavaria Gold basically they call it, and Stella, Tokyo Dry, and what else was there? There is one more, Guinness as well. Yeah.
No, that's great.
And,
So you do.
And also Oblong.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So you do actually sell single 500ml cans?
Less than 7%.
No, perfect. On page 74 of the bundle, you state that you do the pricing of the store. Is that on all products?
Yes.
So every single product in your store, you decide on the pricing?
Yeah, but sometimes I do discuss with Neeraj.
Okay, is that the same as the alcohol?
If I think I need to discuss with Neeraj about anything, then I do. Otherwise, I've been given a rights to do right thing for the store.
Okay, thank you. So how often do you report to your manager?
We don't have exact time that how many times we engage, but every now and then we normally catch up over the phone. And sometimes if it's something very important, we do discuss in person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with regards to your POS machine, when you're changing prices, who makes those changes?
If I am there, I make the change. If not, then the other staff do.
So all staff have the ability to change the POS machine, do they?
POS machine pricing, I'm the one who decide the price. But when you talk about adding the price inside into the system, everybody is allowed to do that.
So who decides which category the various items need to go into on that POS machine, or the code?
That's me.
Okay, thank you. So with regards to, I don't know, an ice block, and it's barcoded, what category does that go into?
It normally goes in the frozen, because it's frozen ice cream. But we do have an ice cream category there as well. So there is a particular category ice cream, and in subcategory ice cream, and then that goes towards the grocery, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Are you familiar with the requirements of the legislation with the breakdown of all categories? What fits as a food category?
At some point, yes, I do.
And what's that?
Just giving you an example, pies or hot food, anything that we sell. We don't sell any hot food apart from pies and few other things that goes under food. And again, as I said, there are a few things, just an example, talking about drinks, drinks goes under grocery. Just say, as you said, that what I'm aware of, so things like that. If I'm selling anything like toiletries, toilet papers, that goes under toiletries. But again, it's a part of grocery, if that makes sense.
So has anyone gone through with you, like your agent, exactly the requirements under Regulation 6 for your sales products? What needs to be categorised into what product?
Can you say that again?
So has anyone gone through with you? So because you program the POS machine, what is required under the legislation, fee category-wise, how things should be actually scanned properly into the products?
I've been told everything needs to be scanned. If there is no barcode, there is a different way we do it. But not particularly that somebody has come and say, okay, these things goes under that. But I normally discuss with Neeraj as well. Whatever was there before in a system, we just copy which is already there, that stays like that. And whatever I have added after that, that I make sure that goes under right category. And that's about it.
So if the committee turns around and says, as from the 1st of May till today's date, they want a detailed categorised list of items that you sell. Is your system able to produce that in detail?
We can.
So like you were referring to ice creams, what's the difference between 2 litre tub of ice cream and 6 popsicles sold separately? How would you be able to categorise the difference between that?
I normally don't know the answer of that, sorry.
So would you be saying then that you scan the products into the categories that you think they should be, rather than legislative-wise they should be?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
No, sorry. I'm wondering if the items that are scanned are actually placed in a category that you have chosen them to be in, rather than what the legislation says they should be in.
I'm pretty confident that most of our product would be in the right categories.
Okay, so someone buys a pie, you scan it. What does that go under?
Hot food.
And what category does that come under?
Food category.
Right, okay. That's why sorry.
Would it be possible, because we've got an exhibit, which is the particular regulations. Can we put that before the witness?
Yes, please do. Sorry. So have you had a quick chance to have a look at that exhibit? Take your time.
Yep, I'll just...
Confirm. Is that Exhibit C? Reg 12?
Yes, Reg 12, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Patel, just take your time to read through it because these questions are being asked about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Out of that list, could you give me what you think is the difference between food products and convenience foods?
Just taking the example that you just asked me before, 2 liter tub and a 6 blocks of ice block, the small ones. Convenience food, grab and go. And again, obviously the 2 liter, but that goes under the food products.
Okay, what about a pie?
Convenience food.
Okay, so if go back to my previous question, if the DLC asked for that breakdown, it'll say a list of whether it be your hot buns or your pies, the small ice blocks, small drinks, all of that will come through as convenience foods.
Convenience food under the subcategory of drinks, yes. If you ask for a drink.
Okay, that's great. So the likes of, let's say your frozen, I think it was frozen pork when I was in there, those sort of things you have to take home, cook yourself and look after, and your vegetables and that sort of stuff would then come under food products?
Products, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Right. So can you confirm that you commenced employment at the premises as a manager in June 2024?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And you state you obtained your manager's certificate when you started working at the store. Is that correct? So can you please advise how you were the manager from June to July without a certificate?
June to July without the certificate.
Yes.
There was other staff always working. And again, as I said, I think when you took my interview for a license, I did mention that I only go there for a certain period of time, part-time. And then once I obtained a manager certificate, I became a full-time.
Okay, so that's not actually indicated in your brief at all. It just says you started employment. So you're part-time at that period of time. Is that correct?
Some hours, yes. Well, I was there for about roughly 30 to 32 hours. If it's considered as a full-time, yes, I think so. So it was a full-time. But again, whenever I was there, there was a manager all the time there.
So your name was never displayed as the manager until you got your certificate?
Yeah, that's
perfect. Great. What is your basis of when you set up the prices for various items? What do you base that on?
Can you give me just an instance?
So when you've said that you occasionally, your manager decides on the price of a product being sold, whether it be alcohol or foodstuff or pies, what do you base setting that price on? How do you come to that price that you set in your store?
We work on a certain GP depending on a product we sell, and then I decide on a product's pricing. Most of the drinks, when you talk about drinks, we are contracted. Just an example just giving you a rough example. Just say Coke. So we have a contract with Coke. We have to sell those products that particular price to be able to get the cheap price from them. So if you come to the store and see the pricing of the Coke, that's what they tell us to do it. Anything cheaper than that, they don't mind, but we can't sell it more than that, which we don't.
What about the bags of lollies that you've made up yourself? How do you come to those prices?
It just the amount depend on how much it costs and how much we fill it in the bags of $2 or $1 or $5, which we make it in store, and then we decide the pricing.
Great. Yeah. So to seek clarification, products that don't have a barcode, where are they captured on your POS system? What do you do with that? So let's say bag of lollies, not barcoded. where do you put them in the POS system?
There is a button made for that, $2, $1, $5.
So where does that product appear again if the DLC turn around and
Convenience
said?
food.
So that comes under all convenience food. Okay. So how do you know with that POS system if you're pushing, so you just push $1 or $2, you don't actually categorise it, is that right?
No. So when we make the button, it allows me to choose the category that goes under, if that makes sense.
Right.
And if every single time I push dollar lolly button or $2, it automatically goes under that category that I've selected at the time of creating the button.
Okay, so I'm going to just, I can take you back to page 69 of the bundle, which is part of Niraj's brief of evidence. Under the statement of sales revenue, the table shows the figure of $261,691 under the category of other. What sort of products will come under other?
There are so many things that comes under that. And again, when I talk about others, just an example, if you say probably a phone card, something that doesn't have a barcode of, that probably goes under that, excluding the product that we have a button of. Just an example, as I said, lolly bags, we can't have the buttons for everything, otherwise there is no enough space on the screen to do that. And sometimes the POS system, not, I would say, stop working, but it doesn't scan properly. So sometimes whenever we are busy or anything, when I have told staff to put it under others, and then it goes under others. There could be anything, but I can assure you that anything that has a barcode, that doesn't go under others.
Okay, no, that's fine. So I'm just trying to ascertain that, as you are aware, this renewal process is to try and ascertain that your premises is a grocery store. If a whole load of stuff just gets put in the other category and there's no clear definition of what comes under other, how can we determine what products are actually being put into that category, or something else being put in a category that should be in another category? So what I'm trying to ascertain is, how can you convince me and the rest of the team, I guess, that everything that you're putting in is being actually put in the correct category, if you really don't know what the proper categories are?
I'm afraid I have no answer to that, because sometimes, as I said, we do get really, really busy, and sometimes when we scan it one time, two time, it doesn't work. It's just system. It's not a really great system that other supermarket uses, just an grocery store, small grocery store, mini supermarket. Sometimes it doesn't work, and when we are busy, we just put it under others. But I completely get it, what you're trying to say, but I'm afraid I have no answer to that.
Okay, I'll leave that at there. Thank you. So on page 74 of the bundle, you mentioned that you arrange staff training. On page 22, it's advised that your employer has arranged for Mohammed to conduct training, and the most recent being the 8th of May. But during my inspection on page 93, you advised that you had started running the training 6 months ago. Which statement's correct?
Can you repeat the question again?
Sure.
By the time I open the
Page 74,
Yeah.
you said you arranged staff training.
Mm-hmm.
Page 22 of the bundle, it's advised that your employer has arranged for Mohammed to conduct training. And the most recent training was the 8th of May. And when I was talking to you on the phone during my inspection, you said that you had started running the training 6 months ago. Which statement is correct?
Mohammed comes and train us. And again, as I said, you call me on Tuesday. I would really
No,
like
can
to.
you just stop there? That's not the question. The question is which is correct.
Mohammed comes affects licensing.
You don't do the training?
Used to, not anymore. But when I say used to, it was probably not even once. I just normally, Mohammed do come and train staff, but I normally discuss with staff. That's not formal training, but formal training gets done by Mohammed every 6 months.
So what training do you undertake?
As I said, again, it's not formal training. We just normally discuss about things that we are doing right thing or not. If there is anything that I should be aware of.
So you're now saying that Mohammed now conducts all the training every 6 months?
6 months.
Okay, thank you. And generally, what does that training consist of?
Pretty much everything. There are a whole lot of points which I don't exactly remember, but he makes sure that we are following the Act, Sales and Supply Act of alcohol regulations. He makes sure we got all the signs there perfect. He comes and check on all the compliances, paperworks, the signage, everything. And again, I think when you came into the store last Tuesday, I think you did mention about the lines. I think there was a pads or something, and Mohammed did mention, but it was just our mistake. So again, as I said, the Mohammed discussed about everything that we should be aware of in terms of alcohol, sale of alcohol.
So did you attend training on the 8th of May?
Yes.
But you can't remember what you learned at that training?
Not everything, but yes, we do make sure that we don't breach the sales and supply of alcohol.
So what training are you given to ensure that you don't breach the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act?
He comes and makes sure that POS system has every single time we scan alcohol, it asks for ID, check ID, pass or fail, paperworks, all the signage. He comes and check on things like we are aware of the rules. Well, we do, but he just come and check on things like that, things on that is consisted on Alcohol Act, and there are a few other things related to sales and supply of the alcohol.
Okay, thank you. But what training were you given on the 8th of May to ensure you don't serve alcohol to prohibited people? So you had training on the 8th of May. What training were you given?
That's what I exactly mentioned, that anything that I should be aware of as per the law, he comes and check on things, every single thing, and I just obey the rules that he has told us to.
So what are the rules?
Anything over under 18, we don't sell alcohol. Our store policy, anything less than, if we think anyone is over 25 or 25, less than 25 or 25, comes and check, ask for ID. And if somebody's drinking outside, or if somebody is intoxicated, or we feel that they are behaving aggressively or anything like that, make sure that you record it in incident books and things like that. There's so many things related to that. He discussed pretty much everything.
Right, so every one of your staff attended the training on the 8th of May?
Yeah.
Okay. So where's the record kept of all the staff training that happens?
In the file.
And where is the file kept?
When you came on Tuesday,
It was a couple of weeks ago, but it doesn't matter.
when you came on Tuesday a couple of weeks ago, 27th of May, I exactly remember, it was at the back because I'm the one who look after everything. And when you rang to check on that, again, I had the 3 sleepless night and I had the baby on 27th of May. I had no clue what was happening. And when you rang, there were so many thoughts that was going on in my mind. So I'm sorry I couldn't answer you on that. But now it is behind the counter. And I've told Ashu as well that it is there now. Stuff that you met on Tuesday.
So what does the register, staff training register show? What does it say?
Can you elaborate the question?
So you've got a staff training register.
Mm-hmm.
Mohammed did training on the 8th of May. What does the staff training register say?
There is a printed form that he comes up with and then he check on things that we understood. Then obviously he sign as well, and that particular page that gets filed into the folder. And there is another page, date, name, who trained us, and what was it regarding. Just a one word, and that is there as well.
Right, so there's a register, just to clarify, there's a register that says the date of training, the type of training, and who did the training.
Yes.
Okay. What about the manager's register? Where's that kept?
It's the manager's register I'm talking about that has every single thing in it. When I staff training, incident logbooks, store host responsibility is in there as well. All the manager's certificate is in there as well, and all the other substantial documents that we should have as a store. It is kept in that particular file.
Are you referring to the toolkit, the off-license toolkit?
Yeah, the folder that you gave me that has every single thing filed in that folder.
Okay. So the other, on the day that I did the inspection, there was 3 toolkits. What have you done with the other 2?
It is just there.
So what records do the other toolkits contain?
I have never touched them. The other ones, the one that I looked after, that was there at the back, as I say, and now it is in front, which I have completely apologize for because I couldn't answer on that day, and it is right out behind the counter now, so accessible to all the staff.
So all your managers now know where the incident register is, the manager's register is, and the staff training register is?
Yes. It is kept under one single folder.
Okay. Yeah. When was the last time an incident was recorded in your incident book?
Probably last week.
And what do you think that was?
Police came and fined the people drinking outside the store.
Okay. Was there anything recent that's happened in store?
In store, no. Well, when they came, we didn't saw who got fined, and that has been again kept under the incident logs.
Okay, so let's say in the last 3 weeks, has there been any incidents recorded in the incident book that happened in store?
That happened in store, yes.
And what was that?
The day that the people drinking outside got fined, they tried to come inside the store, not allowed.
And when was that?
I don't exactly remember the date. Again, that Ashu was there, but I do remember he was telling me that has happened.
And that's the last 3 weeks, is it?
Most probably it was last week.
Okay, so anything other than that in the last 3 weeks?
Anything other than that in last 3 weeks? No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, have you seen my report, my inspector's report that I've submitted with my brief of evidence on what was recorded when I had my inspection of the licensed premises when I chatted to you?
Yeah.
Was the incident recorded when the intoxicated gentleman came into the shop, walked right through, walked right past, went and opened the fridge door, and it wasn't until I said to your manager, "What are you going to do?" and he was asked to leave. Was that recorded?
If he was there again, as I said, I wasn't there for another 3 days because again I was busy in other important things. It should be there. If it has happened, it will be there. Ashu would have recorded it.
My question to you is, being the overall manager of the store, because we've been told that you are the overall manager of the store. You do report to your manager, but you're the overall manager of the store. Do you not think you should be aware of anything with regards to incidents that happen at your store?
I agree with you, but as I said, there were other important things happening in my life on that particular time. I had no clue what was happening. I was focused where I should be focusing. That was my family, and I was there.
But when you came back, do you not think you would familiarise yourself of what happened at the store when you weren't there?
I should have, but I had some other pending things, important other things related to the store that I had to look after. So I did that, but I agree with you. I should have looked at it.
Thank you. Have you made yourself familiar with regards to the social responsibility policy that's attached to the premises?
Yes.
So, with regards to my question, it refers to remote cellars. It refers to delivering alcohol, selling remotely. Does your store do that? So, why do you think that there is relevance to that comment in the policy?
We just wanted to be clear about everything we do related to alcohol, and that's why we thought we just put it there.
But you've just told me you don't deliver alcohol, you don't have a website. So what's the relevance to something you don't do to a policy?
There are things called Uber Eats. There are people who sell alcohol on it, which we don't.
So why is it there? That's my question. Why is it on the policy?
We just wanted to be clear about what we do. Every single thing.
But you don't do it. You don't sell alcohol remotely. You don't have a website. So again, my question is, what is the relevance of having that information on that policy? I'm only asking you these questions is because we've been told that you are the store on-site store manager. So I'm just trying to clarify the amount that you know about this application and the actual overall running of the store. So I'm just asking the question, what is the relevance of having something that refers to these remote sellers in your policy that you actually don't undertake?
My answer would probably be same, that we know we don't sell it, but I just wanted to be clear about things we don't do it and we will not do it, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. On point 34, page 77 of the bundle, you state, every time there is a concern raised about the way the superette has sold, supplied, promoted or advertised alcohol, we have considered what to do and usually take steps to address the concerns. So my question is, what exception, with the exception of this current application, and you've had a chat with me and you've had a chat with Chris, what were the issues raised and what steps have you rectified with regards to these concerns raised? So you say if there's concerns, you discuss, you may turn around and rectify them, but what concerns have previously been raised?
Can you explain it more in detail so I can answer the question?
So you've said that if there's a concern raised, you turn around and say that with regards to anything with regards to alcohol at the store, you consider what the concern is, you usually take steps to address the concerns. And my question to you is, other than when Chris has spoken to you and I've spoken to you, what other concerns have been raised with you?
I've never spoken to Chris.
Oh, well, to say Medical Officer of Health.
Oh, yeah.
So other than the people in this room, have there been other concerns raised to you about the sales, supply, promotion, advertising with regards to alcohol in store?
I still don't understand the questions, I'm afraid.
You've stipulated in your brief that you state every time there is a concern raised about the superette, and with regards to their sales, supply, promotions or advertisings of alcohol, you've considered them and usually take steps to address them, okay? So you've stated that in your brief. I'm asking you, what were the issues raised, what concerns have been raised to you, and what steps have been taken to rectify them?
Now I got what you were trying to say. 4 packs cans of strong alcohol, 500 ml, is the clear example that we were told that you guys volunteer wants us to do not sell it in extra strong cans in 500 mils. That's why we stopped it in December 2024. As I said, any strong, any 500 ml cans less than over 7% of ABV volume, we don't sell it in single cans, and that was just the main concern, and we clearly came up to the conclusion and we started selling in 4 packs.
Any other concerns other than what Medical Officer of Health and myself have raised?
Just look after the community. We do sell these. We don't sell it. That is free for a community. We encourage them to get it. It's free. And I went to even Farnhouse Center to give this and tell them to distribute it. She returned it back to the store, saying that's your job, not my job. If you look after community, it's everyone's job.
So you're saying, apart from what was addressed at your meeting you had with Dr. Palmer, with regards to the high alcohol strength beer, no one at any time has raised any concerns with you with regards to sales, supply, promotion of advertising in your store?
Apart from the 4 packs strong cans, 500 ml.
So apart from the over 7%, you're saying no, there's no concerns that have been raised?
Well, I think it was priced before, but we are very well high priced at the moment in store.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With regards to your brief of evidence on page 76.23, you advise that you and your all staff will have completed the ServeWise training as indicated by today. Is that correct?
I did it.
Okay, what about the rest of your staff?
They haven't done it.
but you've stated in your brief that you're going to have everyone completed that by today. What's the reasoning why they haven't completed?
I have no answer to that, I'm afraid.
So have you asked them to all have completed that training by a specific date?
I did told them, but I haven't followed up on them.
Okay, thank you. On page 78, you advise how you think you have sold, supplied, advertised and promoted alcohol in a safe and responsible manner. Can you explain how that happens?
We make sure we follow or right thing as per the law. Second thing, just every single time we think there is even a single percent doubt related to anything, just ID or intoxication or anything related to that, we refuse to serve alcohol. We have the POS system that prompt up whenever we sell alcohol, comes up with the date. Just an example of today, if we go to store and scan any alcohol today, it comes up with 16th of the 6th 2007. Anything less that date or above, we will not be selling it. So it's just easy. These are the steps that we follow and make sure that we don't sell alcohol. All the posters are there, booklet again to just promote alcohol related effects and how can we control the harm of the alcohol as well.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 78, paragraph 39, you say how you run the superette, you run the superette in a way that minimises the risk of alcohol-related harm in the community. Can you explain how that happens?
We again make sure we do the right thing, and we have the booklet for the community, and we do the owners are same for the Super Value and the Cannons Creek, the Bedford Superette as well. They do a charity and other things like that.
But how is that minimising the sale and supply of alcohol? Minimising the risk?
And also, we keep the high pricing compared to others in market. So, affordability and other things are 4 packs of strong 500 ml cans. The booklet and everything we can do for the community
So what is this booklet you keep referring to? Sorry.
This one.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I haven't seen that one.
That was when you enter into the store.
Sorry, Mr. Patel, just for the sake of the committee, can you let us know what you're referring to, please? Can you say it again?
There is a booklet that we have printed that says alcohol, the body and health effects that do alcohol that affects into your body and what are the effects of excessive alcohol. And that is free for anyone that comes to the store. And that has been printed for a long time. And as soon as you enter the store, that is on the right side underneath the newspaper. There are so many people takes it, and we encourage pretty much everyone if they want to take it, and there are so many customers who do take them.
Who's produced that document? Sorry, did you say you have?
Director knows that because he is the one who managed to organize the booklet and print it, and we encourage that.
Have you got a copy for us to have a look at, please?
This one. And again, as I said, to look after the community, I did went to Farnhouse Center when we printed it and gave it to them, and they returned it back to me.
So according to this, it's that ALEC has produced it, not, and it's HPA now, not you that's produced it?
We distribute them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And adding to, again, my point, Joan, that when we printed that booklet, and I mentioned it before, I went to a whanau center and had those copy there and tell them to just distribute it amongst the community. They returned it back to me, saying that's not their job.
Yep, they have the right to do that.
Yeah.
That's fine. But
No,
my
I'm just
question to
mentioning
you is you say that the superette, in a way, you minimise the risk of alcohol-related harm in the community. How does the superette minimise the risk of alcohol-related harm? How do you minimise the risk of alcohol-related harm in your community?
We, again, as I said, we do right by the laws. We have things like the booklet just tell customer what are the harm of alcohol for the body and other things, pricing. I know we have to do it, but we do just look pricing and just make sure we do right by the law. That's all we do it for the community. And
So basically what you're saying is you'll turn around and sell the alcohol to people who are not minors and who are not intoxicated, but outside of your four walls, you've done your job. Is that correct? You've done your job inside your store. What happens after that? It's not your responsibility?
it is our responsibility, and that's why we have booklet.
So how do you, rather than having it on a pile, I must admit when I did the inspection I'd never seen it or was never referred to it, how do you promote that document?
We have it as soon as you enter the store. Just write, this is the first thing you would see when you enter the store on your right, underneath the newspaper. And whenever we think that that person we should referring to, or anyone that we think that they should get this, we tell them to, and we encourage them to just get that. It's free, and most of them do take it.
Do you have restrictions of the amount being sold per person in any one transaction of alcohol?
Restriction of?
The amount of alcohol being sold to any one person per transaction?
No.
So let's say you had two people come in and they completely, well, let's say they want to take all of your, I don't even know what half the brands are, but let's pretend, let's say you had 10 boxes of 2E24s and you've got two people saying, can we please buy them? You'd say yes?
Nobody has asked us for
No,
that.
that's my question.
No.
And why would that be?
We don't want to promote alcohol.
Are you promoting it by selling it?
Well, they do they might ask for it, or it really depends, but nobody has asked for that.
So I'll go back to my question. Are there restrictions of the amount of alcohol being sold to any one person per transaction?
No.
So what stops two people, five boxes each, purchasing it?
We might run out of stock. We don't carry many stocks as well, week to week.
So apart from running out of stock, so let's say you had a heap out the back, you would sell it to them.
We never carry.
Okay, thank you. Done my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Medical Officer of Health. Could you use your microphone, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Patel. I wonder if we could go to the beginning of your brief evidence. I think it's page 74. And I just want to get in my mind just the information correct. Like just before, you said that you started as the manager, and then as 2 to 3 months before you got your manager's certificate. So what it says, if you look at paragraph 8 there,
Yep.
so is that correct?
When I started working at the Bedford Superette, after some time, yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, it just doesn't sort of quite fit with that. All right. I wonder if we could go to page 40 of the bundle. So this is the social responsibility policy.
Just a second, sorry. Yep. Sorry.
So was this in place before you started,
Sorry.
this social responsibility policy, or did you write it?
There was there.
It was already there.
There was a policy there, but when I started it,
You
I did
rewrote it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Not I wrote it, along with the help
Okay.
of Neeraj.
So I think if we go to the next page, and under amenity and good order, it's the fifth dot point down.
Which page?
Be page 41, under the heading amenity and good order. So that, what does that say?
In which point?
So the fifth dot point down says no consumption of alcohol purchased from my store will be consumed in the immediate area.
Yep.
So did you write that?
We decided it together and then wrote it down.
Okay. If we now go over to page 161 of the bundle. So what do you see there?
People drinking outside.
Yeah, and what's in sort of the upper right-hand corner of that? What is that sign?
Bedford Superette.
No, that's the left-hand corner, the right-hand corner. It's got a red circle around it.
I couldn't clearly see the picture. It does say that I could see the round.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that is a sign denoting the liquor ban area. So that's outside your store. So if we go to the next page, what do you see there?
Drinking alcohol.
Yeah, and the following page. So with a social responsibility policy with that, do you think these photographs confirm that you're actually implementing the policy?
We do tell them not to drink outside. It's sometimes they do listen, sometimes they don't.
So do you know these people? Even though
I couldn't see the face, to be honest,
Yeah.
so I can't recognize
but
them.
you'll know who regularly drinks outside the store.
It doesn't happen regularly, or I don't notice them.
Right. So, in terms of single sales in that, like the Heineken 500 mils is sold in pairs. You don't
pairs
sell
of
them
two.
singly, but you sell others singly, in particular things like Export Gold. And is that correct?
Any 500 ml cans with the ABV of less than 7%.
Okay. In terms of fresh produce, what sort of fresh produce do you have in the store?
We do have bananas, green bananas, kumras, dried coconut,
So,
pumpkins, onions, potatoes.
okay. So where are they in the store?
As soon as you enter the store, on the right hand side by the Coke fridge.
Right. If we go to page 132, I think it is.
132.
So down in the so the fresh produce will be out of the frame for that photograph down in the bottom left corner. So, and when was this taken? April last year. Okay. So, where would the other groceries be in this photograph, Mr. Patel?
Where was this photo taken? When? Sorry, because it's been a long time since I've been there. We didn't have Vailima in stock.
Okay. So, is this layout in this photograph the same as when you start? You started in June.
June, yeah.
Yeah. So, had the layout been changed from this?
Yeah.
It had. Okay. If we go over to page 138. So, in that photograph, there's a bit more wider angle down the bottom of 138.
Mm-hmm.
You zoom into. Is that the entrance door to the on the right? Is that?
So what was that?
You'll see a glass window. Is that the entrance there on the right?
Yes.
Okay, so the fresh produce will be just out of the frame again. Where and this was taken last month. So where would the other grocery items be located here?
When you say other grocery items, refers to, you mean produce?
Well, no. What would sit under the food category? Where would that be located here?
I didn't understand the question, sorry.
Like in this photograph, you can see lots of convenience foods.
Mm-hmm.
So where would the food be located here?
Convenience food.
Well, you might have cans of baked beans or...
It doesn't... when you're referring to a picture, it doesn't have any baked bean.
So you don't sell baked beans?
We do.
You do. Where would they be located?
In grocery food
Yeah, so where's that in the store?
Oh, you have taken just a front of the store. There are 3 aisles in the store as well. If you enter, walk down straight on the first aisle, down to the bottom, left bottom shelf on
So,
left side.
so it's just outside the photograph, is it?
Yeah, because this is not. This is just a half the store.
Right. So when you started, that was when the POS system was installed?
On 24th of June. It wasn't installed new, but they had the updates, the previous one that they used to use, and when they updated it, all the other previous data was gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So were you involved in the setup of the current POS system?
Were you involved? Yes, I said because there is an update. Again, we are contracted. If something that needs to be updated, we have to. Otherwise, POS system would just stop working.
I guess I'm asking, were you involved in mapping the different items to convenience food category or food
Yeah.
category? You were involved in that? Okay. Just, do you have lots of regular customers?
Yep.
So, and which hours are you normally in the store?
It's normally morning to evening, depending on my availability. Especially these days, I might be available in evening.
So which days of the week then?
Sorry?
Which days of the week?
Which days of the week? Monday to Saturday. I don't work on Sunday.
You don't work on Sundays. So, do you know how your customers get to your store? Is it by car or bicycle or walking?
Not all of them. Not all of them that I know how they. But what we do, there are regular customers. I can name 2, which I normally book taxi for them every single week.
Right. So do many walk to the store?
They might. I don't know, to be honest.
So, yeah. Litter. So I think it's on the very last page of the bundle. And there's photographs of litter and
What page?
yeah, these are the photos that Mr. Speakman. So I think you
Can you tell me the page number? Sorry.
Sorry, 136. 135.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we've got some photographs earlier on in Miss Hannafin's. Yeah. Right. Yes, 164 to 166. Yes.
Sorry, Dr. Palmer, for clarification, are we looking at 135, 136, or the next lot of pages that you've just... Which photos are we looking at?
We've moved to 164.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So would you agree that this alcohol-related litter?
Yep.
And that's in the immediate vicinity of Bedford Superette?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If we go to the very last page of the bundle, so in sort of particularly paragraph 11 there, so you state that you've told staff that any litter that's found near the premises should be collected and disposed of.
I have. But again, they don't have a time to go there every now and then.
Right.
Whenever they get a chance to do it, they will make sure. Most probably, I've told them, whenever they start working or finished working, make sure there is no litters around. And if you say it, just make sure it goes where it's supposed to go.
And I guess lower down, you actually talk about what your practice is in dealing with these people that are drinking outside. How often do you do that?
Whenever we notice them drinking.
So do your staff do that as well?
Yep, they've been told. Again, they've been told as well that whenever you see that, make sure you call them. I normally get in touch with Monique Ross, part of from police.
So I have to say, when I discovered this, I was quite shocked, Mr. Patel, that this was occurring in a place. So what do you think the risks are around those people drinking outside your store?
Influence to the...
So, and at various times of the day, you have school kids and children walking up from the school to the basketball court and that. What do you think they make of when they see people drinking outside your store?
They might get influence. But saying that, there are some kids who come and again ask for vape specially. Just example, under 18, they send someone inside with the money.
Yeah.
We clearly say no to everyone. So we do look after the community, but I get it. It's an influence to the kid.
So
They see drinking outside.
isn't it more than just influence to the children? Like it's actually normalising it. The children think that's normal. Do you consider that it's normal for people to drink outside a grocery store that sells alcohol?
I don't know do that. Okay, I completely, as I said, I can't control them. I can tell them,
No.
and I can
No,
try and avoid.
that's not answered. Do you think it's normal for people to drink alcohol outside a grocery store that sells alcohol?
No.
So what perception would the children have seeing people drinking alcohol outside your store?
Just bad influence.
So I would suggest to you that the children, if they repeatedly see that, they're going to think that is normal behaviour, and that will flow through to their attitudes and how they potentially use alcohol when they get older. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that. Sorry.
Yeah. So to me, this is the biggest risk, allowing people to drink outside and not doing anything about it. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Palm. Before I come to you, Mr. Hewison, I'm just going to ask Ms. Metikingi and Mr. Stewart if you have any questions on behalf of Tirunanga or Toa Rangatira.
Kia ora. Mr. Patel. Yeah, we just wanted to ask, how do you think you are minimising the risk of alcohol consumption or the purchasing of alcohol at your store? We've heard it a few times, but from our concern and from our concern of our tumu whakarei, Helmut Modlik, there is concerns from the community. So in your experience, how have you minimised the risk of alcohol buying and consumption at your store?
As I mentioned again, we try and do everything we can in terms of the law. We have this to referring to the customers, alcohol-related harms, and the higher pricing. Because I have read the objection papers and the pricing was the main concern as well. And since I have been a manager, the pricing have been different. And I think there is a comparison attached to that as well, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Hewson.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Do you sell alcohol to the people that drink the alcohol outside your store?
When you said that drink outside the store,
Yeah.
you mean once this, if we know that they're going to drink outside, we will obviously not, but we don't know whether they're going to drink outside or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But we make sure that we don't sell it to, again, minors, intoxicated people or drug or anything like that.
okay. So you don't check whether the people that purchase alcohol from your store then go out and drink alcohol outside?
No.
No. Okay. Do you think it's likely that people you sell alcohol then go and drink it out on the park benches outside?
It really depends, as I again said, that it's in my control to make sure I follow laws and everything, but I can tell them not to drink outside, but I can't really force them.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can follow the obviously the law that I can call police and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of the ALAC book that you refer people to, how do you refer them to it?
We clearly tell them it's not good for you. Have a look at it. And there are some customers who ask just, even if they don't purchase alcohol, they're here for they're in store for groceries, and there are a few customers who ask, is it free? And we're like, yeah, and they take it.
Okay. So you do that for everyone that purchases alcohol from your store?
Not everyone, but most of them.
Most of them, okay. And apart from that, where is the booklet in your store?
As soon as you enter, if you could,
Yep. no,
page 138.
Yep. Yep.
You see the door.
Yep.
And there is a blue stand. That doesn't say the color, but there is a stand that has two racks. One is for newspaper, and underneath the newspaper,
Okay. And
So
where on the stand is it?
just right there. Newspaper, and then underneath newspaper. I mean, you can clearly see that there is a difference between the rack, two racks.
Yep. Is it on the bottom shelf?
Yeah.
Yep. And so you would have to, if you're passing by that, look down to see these booklets, wouldn't you?
It's a Dominion Post stand, and we have to have the newspaper on top.
Yep.
There is no other choice we can do.
Yep. But it's on the bottom shelf, and it's hard to see if you're passing by.
It's not hard to see.
Okay. Okay. Well, the inspector didn't see it, and I'm sure she's very thorough in what she does. So your position is it's not hard to see. The inspector is she didn't see it at all.
It's about how, when you enter the store, how you look at it as well. There are sometimes we go to supermarkets, things are in front, you can't see. Just an example.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it's just so
It is accessible. So very first thing, as soon as you enter, you see the booklet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure the inspector will comment on that when she gives evidence. In terms of singles, do you serve people singles multiple times a day? So if they came in, bought a single at 10 o'clock, do you then serve them again a single at some point later in that day?
No,
So it's a one-time only?
one time.
Okay, why isn't that in your social responsibility policy? It's an important policy, isn't it? You'd agree?
Yes.
Okay, why isn't it in your social responsibility policy?
We could look at it, putting that in, but I agree with you, it should be in the policy.
Okay,
Yeah. But we don't serve anyone second time.
okay. Just going to your host responsibility policy, keep forgetting which page this is on, but that's on page 40 and 41. So it's actually titled the Social Responsibility Policy.
Page number
40, yeah.
page number 40 then. Where's the 40? Should I open it? Number 40? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah. So this is called the Social Responsibility Policy. Yeah. Do you have a host responsibility policy?
Whatever that is there in a toolbook that you has given us, that is the in host responsibility, social responsibility policy. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that is in the booklet that you have? Didn't quite answer.
That's the folder as a manager certificate folder.
Yep.
We got everything in there.
Yep.
And when she gave me toolbook, there was a host responsibility policy that they just referred to, already printed, and this is us social responsibility policy.
So there's two different policies.
Oh, this is the store policy, and the other one is host responsibility policy, which it was already there in toolbook, and which we follow that.
Right. So why isn't the host responsibility policy in your application?
I have no answer to that.
Okay, okay. In terms of the social responsibility policy, you said you rewrote this or helped with rewriting this?
Yeah, we did it.
Okay. So if you just go to managers, under the title managers, it says we currently have 7 certified duty managers available. Have you got 7 duty managers?
And that got cancelled now at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. But
yeah,
4, including myself, Neeraj, and 2 staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when this was included in the application, there were only 4 duty managers, weren't there? So in the application, there's 4 duty managers listed.
Yeah.
There were only 4 at that time.
Oh no, when we wrote it, it is 16th of June. We had more.
Okay, so why isn't it accurate? So it's saying more duty managers than you actually have, and this was included with your application. Why isn't it accurate?
At that time, we had more staff. Not at the moment. We reduced the staff. So whatever we got, we have updated everything in, again, manager certificate file. So current file has everyone that is working with manager certificate filed there, including myself and Neeraj.
Okay, so it said 7, and that's wrong at the date you applied for this license when you only had 4, correct?
Sorry, repeat it again. Elaborate.
So this says 7. At the date you made the application for the renewal of the license, there were only 4. Is that correct?
No, at the moment it is 4. At that time, when we wrote a social responsibility policy, 16th of June 2020.
Okay.
When was it?
There's actually no date. Yeah. So if you go to page 23 of the application, there are only 4 managers listed. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So the 7 is incorrect, isn't it?
When we wrote it again last year, when I joined, as I answered in past, at that time we had 7. Now, as of now, today's date, we got 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just turning to the training, you had a lot of questions from the inspector about the grocery store differentiation of products into different categories. Does Mohammed do any training on the requirements relating to the product differentiation for grocery stores?
He normally do.
He normally does?
Yeah, but mainly emphasize on the alcohol side of it. But if I have any questions, he will answer on the category as well. But most of the time, I am the one who decide the category.
Okay. And where would that training, where's that training? Is there a manual on that, or is it in the booklets that you have, that
Manager
training?
certificate file.
It's in the manager's certificate file?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you show that to the inspector?
When she came, as I mentioned that she couldn't find the file, I kept it at the back. And again, as I said, 27th of May, when she visited the store, staff wasn't aware of it. Where it is my apology. And then my staff rang me as well. And on that particular day, I had the baby. I had so many things happening in my mind.
Okay.
I couldn't answer that, sorry.
Okay.
But it is there behind the counter now at the moment, and all the staff knows about it, where it is.
But the inspector hasn't seen that?
No,
No.
when she came, yeah.
Okay. Just in terms of the breaking down of packs, so you said that you break down, I think it was a 12-pack of Heineken into singles, for sale as singles. That was correct?
12-pack cans that most of them sell it singly.
Yep.
Yes, but
Yep.
not the bottles. No 300 ml bottles or 250 mils. Only 500 ml.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you do the same with any other products? You mentioned Export Gold, Stella, Guinness, Oberon. Do you also break down those from larger packs into singles?
Anything that comes in 12 packs from the suppliers, we do break them only 500 mils, less than 7%. And anything over 7% and that comes in 4 packs, we sell it as a 4 pack.
Okay, so you do break down all of those other brands as well?
As I mentioned again, they are I completely agree with the policy that Joe mentioned before as well, but they are meant to sell singly.
Well, it's more than a policy, isn't it? It's a condition of your license.
And that was happening before as well when I joined. So I just followed and I cut down this strong cans alcohol into 4 packs.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're saying to this committee that you are breaching this condition of your license for a range of products that come in 12 packs. You are breaking them down to singles for sale. That's correct.
I won't say we are breaching.
Well, that's what it says, right? It says that you won't break down 4, 6, and 12 packs into singles for sale. That's what it says.
I think still don't agree to that we are breaching. It's sorry, respectfully, I have to deny that because they are meant to sell, even from supplier, Binto, they're meant to sell singly. And anything that comes in, again, as I said, 12 pack, we do break them only in 500 ml cans, less than 7%, and over 7%. If it comes in 4 pack, we sell it as 4 pack.
Okay. That's your position. Thank you, Ma'am. That's all my questions. I think this is. No. Thank you, Ma'am. I was just checking if there are any more questions, and there aren't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hewison. I'll come to the committee as well, just keeping in mind that we are finishing at 5 o'clock today. But I believe that you have a question.
I have got one to tell.
Are you speaking into your microphone,
sorry.
please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
It's being live streamed, so.
Yeah, sure. Given that this is an alcohol-free area, do you get in touch with the police or the council's compliance people when there are people out there acting outside the law?
We do get in touch with police.
Okay, and how do they react? The council, compliance people, and the police.
Police comes and find them. I guess, as I said last week, I think police find 2 of them. 2 of the people drinking outside the store. They could find.
Okay, and so has that reduced it? Is it now that the people have been fined? Has it moved people on?
It has at some point, but as I said, we are busy store. I don't really notice it, but we will try, and we are trying our best to reduce the alcohol harm or people drinking outside.
Okay, thank
We'll
you.
try our best.
Thank you. Thanks.
Apologies, Madam. Was asked.
No, that's
It's
fine.
okay.
You can
Okay.
ask it. Yeah.
Yep. So, have you sold using Afterpay?
Sorry?
Do you use Afterpay? Have you sold using Afterpay?
We do use
Yep.
Afterpay.
And have you sold alcohol using Afterpay?
We do sell it Afterpay, yes.
Yeah.
Just in general, when they purchase anything in store is on Afterpay.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just while we're at it, we were talking earlier about sensitive site impact assessments, and it might have been earlier. I can't remember who it was addressed to. Okay. Were you advised by the council officers that you had to have such a report? Because I've just had a quick look at the legislation as well, and it suggests that the alcohol licensing inspector will determine if an impact assessment is required, and I wondered if you got that advice from the council.
When the visit happened, I was not on the site, and I was never contacted and advised that. But I'm not sure if Karthik has been advised or not because she spoke to him directly.
Related to what, sorry?
Well, you might not have been here, but earlier on it was suggested that it may be that a sensitive site impact assessment has to be come with your application. With your application. So, did the officers ask you for a report?
No, I haven't been asked for that.
Okay, thank you.
Might be easy if you use this one.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. I may have questions. They may go a bit over the place because other people have already asked some of the questions I had. But I'll start with, I think, the most recent question that was asked of you. And this goes back to the breaking down of packs and the condition in the off licence, and I think you have a copy of that in front of you.
Yeah.
And going back to clause F, are you aware that the condition is not voluntary? It is something that must be followed.
It says there will be no single sale of alcohol less than 500 ml. It doesn't say 500 ml.
No, I appreciate that. That's one part of that condition. And then the condition goes on and it says there will be no breaking open boxes to make smaller packs. That's what it also says in...
Yeah, it does say that. But as I again mentioned before, respectfully, that been told by suppliers as well, they are meant to be sell singly. It comes in 12 pack, and that's why we break them down to sell it singly.
So are you saying that the view of suppliers is overriding the condition in your licence? So that's more important. The view of suppliers is more important than the condition in your licence?
No.
So if suppliers are suggesting or saying that, look, normally you sell these products singly, but there's a licence that you have that says you can't do that, then what should be the priority?
The license conditions.
Okay.
As I again says, respectfully, I'm not denying anything that you say. I'm talking in just a general. Most of them sell it as, I'm not saying that I'm giving a priority to suppliers, but most of them sell it as a single cans of those ones. I don't know their conditions, but just, yeah.
Okay. Going to the managers that have been working in the store, you mentioned that there were 7 managers in June of 2024, which is when you joined.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know at all how long those managers have been working in the store for? You don't know. So you don't know if they were there for a short time or a long time?
No, I don't know. I'm afraid. Sorry.
You've mentioned that you've talked about litter found near there's been talk about litter being found near the premises, and that staff have been asked to dispose of it. But you've also mentioned that staff don't have a lot of time to do that. Why is it that staff have limited time?
It just we are a busy store, and sometimes there are times that only one staff is there, so they can't leave the store. That's why I've clearly told them to make sure come to the shop early, look around when they open and when they close. There is no litter around.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how often is there only one staff member there?
How often?
Yeah.
Mainly on the quiet days, Monday and Sunday. And
Okay.
and we work on a shift. So most of the time, again, when we work, we only have, when we are 2 of us together, sometimes we only have 1 hour lag in with us that we are working together, but we have other things to just sort it out, the important things. Well, this is important as well, but whenever we get a time to do it, we do it.
Okay, so just to clarify that. So are you saying mainly there's generally one person in the store? There's some overlap for an hour perhaps when 2 shifts are overlapping.
Yes.
But generally, there's one person in the store.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's been talk about people drinking outside the shop, and there's been reference to the photos. I think page 161, which shows photos on the 14th and the 27th of May of people drinking outside the shop. And you've mentioned, in your view, it doesn't happen regularly. That's what you've said. But the ability to monitor drinking is pretty limited because staff are busy inside. And you've also said that you've called police in relation to people drinking outside when you've been aware of it.
Yeah.
So how often have police been called in relation to people drinking outside?
Probably once or twice.
In what time period?
Last week.
Okay.
And when was the first time? I clearly have no idea, but there have been probably once or twice.
Okay. And so I don't know if you were actually on site at the time that the person who took these photos that are included, and they did it took the photos on the 14th and 27th May. Were you at the shop around there? Do you know? I mean, you may not know.
27th, I wasn't. As I mentioned, I was in hospital.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, just going back to the social responsibility policy, which says that part of the shop's policy is that no alcohol will be consumed in the immediate area. That's what your policy is saying. This is what you're achieving to do. But it sounds like there's little effort being put into making sure that is actually happening. Would that be a fair assessment?
Sorry, what was that? Can you repeat it again? Sorry.
It sounds like from what you've said, your ability to monitor the drinking outside is quite limited. So, and you've called police twice in total when you've observed it. There's evidence in front of us where other people have come to the shop and they've taken photos. And so it seems that it does happen, but yourself and the people that work in your shop are not really keeping a close eye on it despite your policy which says you will. Would it be would it be fair to say that you're not really monitoring that policy well?
I would say we do, but we do have to have even stricter rules to obey what we say.
Okay, but you have to know that they're doing it to actually talk to them first, and it sounds like you're not seeing that they're even doing it because you're not looking that much because you're busy inside the shop working.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You've referred to the Alcohol, the Body and Health Effects brochure that you've said everyone is taking a copy of, or
most
people, sorry. Now that is, we've been given a copy of that by email just as this hearing has been going on, and it's a comprehensive 36-page document. How often are you restocking that document?
How often?
Yeah.
We don't clearly have how often, but we do. Whenever I need it, I tell Neeraj to print it, and then he get it printed. And restock it. I don't know the exact period because it could be month or it could be 2 months, depending on how many we have printed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you're doing a print run, roughly how many might you decide to print?
At one go, probably about 50. That's what he normally prints. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So just for my clarification, and we may have covered it, but I just want to check. I just want to go back to the sales information, and I'm going to refer to the sales information for 2024. That was extracted after the point of sale system was updated. And that includes a list, as we're all familiar, which says grocery and food. In terms of grocery and food, like there's no split between those, but groceries could include non-food items, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a combine of both groceries and the food.
Yeah, okay. So we can't, the number there is 424,000, but we can't, we can't, there's no breakdown of what's grocery and what's food. It's just put together.
It has been, I think, probably merged to those 4 categories by accountant, but I think we should be able to get the report if we have to.
So
in case.
you should be able to get a finer breakdown of what's classified as grocery and what's classified as food.
We may, not sure, I have to check with the POS provider.
Okay. And in terms of just going back to the other category again, that includes some food items like the sort of
Convenience food.
convenience
Yeah.
food items. Okay. So there's a category of convenience food items, and then the other category, that sort of other category, also includes some convenience items as well. Would that be correct?
I have to check, but most probably, can you repeat the question again? Sorry, so I could probably get more.
So just looking at this page 69 in the bundle, which is the statement of sales revenue from the 28th of June 24 to the 23rd of May of 25.
Mm-hmm. $69.
Yes.
Yeah, what was that? Sorry.
And so that little table with the different categories, it has a item convenience food, and it tells us how much was sold in that for that category. And then at the bottom, it's got an item other. And I understand the evidence you've given earlier is that that other category also includes convenience food items as well in that.
There might be a possibility, as I said, sometimes when we are really busy and when we use the scanner a lot, it doesn't happen often, but every now and then, if we have to scan the product twice or 3 times, then only it works. When we are busy and to get the customer so faster, they put it under other category, and there are phone cards and things like that that goes under that as well.
Okay, so in terms of the proportion of other, it's 20% of sales in that table. What other types of items that are included in that? You're saying phone cards?
Phone cards is clearly there. Anything that doesn't have a barcode but excluding lollies.
Okay. What sort of things wouldn't have a barcode?
I'm just thinking about the one right example. Things like small up and go, 250 mil, which we can't scan a barcode of because it does have a barcode, but at straw, so we can't scan it, so it goes under others 280. So things like that.
Okay, so we've got 2 items, up and go and phone cards.
There are quite a few. There might be quite a few. As I said, it really depends.
Okay, I mean, what I'm just trying to understand is if this others also includes convenient foods, which is what the information you've provided earlier suggests. And I mean, it seems possible that it can include convenience food items as well.
Maybe. I don't have an answer to that. Sorry, clear
Okay.
answer.
Okay. Thank you. And then there's also tobacco.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you know about the sale of tobacco in the shop?
When you say what I know, what do you mean
Okay.
by that?
Well,
Sorry.
there's there's a number in this list of how much is sold, the
Mhm.
sales revenue generated from it. Do you organise the supply of the tobacco?
Yeah.
Okay. And we know that there's excise tax paid on tobacco. Do you have any knowledge around what that might be?
There is one company that can provide that, BAT. There are 3 suppliers of tobacco,
Yeah.
and I don't exactly know the numbers, but if I search on Google, it says it can be counted on a gram and the size of the cigarettes and things like that.
Okay.
So I don't have an exact number, but those numbers including excise duty.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that sort of, it is published somewhere in terms of how much duty is payable on the quantity of tobacco.
It should be, because it's a custom thing. Sorry, I have no clear answer to that.
Yeah.
But if I search it up on Google once, but it comes up with it can be counted on the weight and the size of the box or a cigarette.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you're saying that this is now going to the incident register that you say you have. There hasn't been a copy provided to the committee. Is that possible to?
Yeah, we can provide it to you.
Okay. Because you're saying that incidents are being recorded, it's being kept, the records are being kept. What type of things do you think should be recorded in your incident?
Any incident book, just giving you an example, if some minor comes in, try to sell, they don't have ID, refuse to sell, that can be recorded. Breakage of boxes when we clean it, just like an incident, we do that as well. Intoxicated person entered the store, refuse to sell alcohol, we record that as well. Police, when we call police for them drinking outside, yeah, for instance.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just checking if there's any other questions. Oh, would you know, with regard to fresh produce,
Mm-hmm.
do you know how long that's been sold in the shop?
How long?
Yeah, has it always been
Yeah.
sold?
I've increased the range, but it has always been sold in the shop.
Or since you've been there?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what was happening before you were there, or?
No,
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Um, okay. I think those are all the questions I have. No, the other questions I have been asked, so thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. And before I come to you, Mr. Minimus, I will just let everybody know, like I promised I would before 5 o'clock, that we will be resuming this hearing tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. Just to let you know, we will carry on. Would you like 5 minutes to go and get a glass of water, a cup of tea, stretch before we carry on? Or would you prefer to keep going? Yep. Keep going? Okay. I just had one question, or two questions actually, Mr. Patel, before we carry on. You mentioned to the medical officer of health that you book a taxi for 2 customers on a weekly basis. Are these customers that are grocery shopping at the store, or are these customers that are purchasing alcohol and needing a taxi home?
Grocery purchase, one of them. Customer name is Topu. I can tell because I call.
You actually don't need to
Yeah.
tell us their names.
There is a customer who regularly, maybe that person I'm talking about, sometimes comes twice a week, and all of the staff knows that he needs to get taxi booked. Most of the time every time he purchased grocery, there is another guy who purchased grocery and liquor sometimes, not all the time. Yeah.
And I just want to, one more question in regards in your brief of evidence, in your response to Ms. Burt's report. You talked about, in my experience, customers mostly use Afterpay to purchase groceries and other items and hardly ever use it to purchase alcohol. But in an average week, how many people would use Afterpay to purchase alcohol?
It doesn't really have the physical card, so I have no idea how often they use it, to be honest. But I don't want to say something which is not true, so I have no answer to that, sorry. But because Afterpay doesn't have a physical card and we do have Afterpay, PayPay in shop. Yeah, so it doesn't tell us.
So your point, your POS doesn't pick up if it's an Afterpay transaction?
It can pick up numbers just like the other cards, last 4 digit or whatever it is, but I think it doesn't pick up Afterpay if I'm not wrong. I haven't checked it, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I was to purchase an ice block with my Afterpay card, would it still come in as Afterpay and convenience, or frozen, or is it different process because it's a different card?
It is just a normal EFTPOS card. What we do it for normal debit card, credit cards, it works like that.
Gotcha.
But what we can provide is they do take the commission out of us every day or whenever they've been used. About 2% or 2.5% of it. So that figure tells how much of Afterpay getting used.
Thank you for answering the question. Thank you for your time, Mr.
Sorry, I've just got one more question. Sorry,
Okay.
I forgot to ask it. And this is regarding the pointer system sale, which I understand was updated in June of last year. So when that was updated, you've said that all information was lost. Did you have to reprogram all the categories, re-enter all the food categories and the items back into the system?
The product that was added there had been transferred, but whatever the sell or anything related to sales report had been lost, and I tried to contact a POS provider as well, and they said they can't retrieve it because they have terminated the contract with that particular company, so they can't really contact them, and they have emailed me as well that there is a proof that they can't retrieve the previous data, and I've got that email as well if that
Okay.
you would like to see that.
So the categories were kept, but the sales information was lost.
Yeah, all the sales report related to anything was lost.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Mr. Minman.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been kind of clarified through subsequent questions, so I've only got a few left. So just want to talk to you about going back to the license, which is Exhibit B. You've got a copy of that?
Yeah.
So that condition F, there's been a lot of talk about it. Just wanted to know if you read that condition again, what types of alcohol can you not sell under 500 mils? Is it specific?
No specific.
Right. So what products in the store, what alcoholic products in the store do you sell other than beer and cider?
Wine
Right. And how do those products arrive?
in 6 packs.
And how do you sell them?
Break them.
Right.
Sorry, what was the answer to the question?
He asked what other products do I sell?
Yeah.
That's wine.
Yeah.
How did that come in? 6 packs, the box.
Yes.
I have to break them
Okay.
to be able to sell
break
it.
them. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'll be making submissions on that, so I think I've got no further questions. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. I now invite the Porirua Whānau Centre to present their objection and any relative evidence.
Thank you.
I'll ask the advisor to
Wait,
administer the oath and or affirmation.
Yep. Just in terms of process and time, I have handed out some relatively long legal submissions, and I think in terms of you want to hear the witnesses, really, you don't really want to hear me. So what I propose to do is let's see if we can get through Liz and also Shelley before 5. If we have 5 minutes, I can hit the highlights of these, and then if you have any questions overnight, they might be able to be picked up tomorrow morning. I have another colleague, Liz Gordon, who'll be here. Unfortunately, I'm in the High Court tomorrow, and I can't be with you from 10 o'clock. I might be with you for a little bit from 9 o'clock. I'll just sort of see how that timing goes. But there might be questions she can answer, or there might be things you wish to ask that she develops in terms of reply. So rather than spending lots of time on this, if we could just move to our witnesses and try and have them heard today.
I'll just hear from the committee. Mr. Watson, you're happy with that?
Yes, that's
Yep.
great.
Excellent.
I, Liz Kelly, swear by Almighty God that the evidence I am about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thanks.
Thank you, Liz. And you've pre-filed evidence with the committee, haven't you?
I have.
And that evidence is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
And is there anything you'd like to highlight in terms of that evidence, and perhaps any evidence that you've heard today, before we pass you over for questions?
I'd actually like to expand on my statement, if that's okay, Madam Chair. Yep. And that's essentially been because of the things that I've heard here today. But before I do speak to that, the booklets that were talked about that was dropped off to the Whānau Centre and just left there for the Whānau Centre to distribute, I did take that back to the store once I saw what it was involved, and I suggested to him that it would be best placed for them to put it on their counter when people buy alcohol so they could see it. And he made it clear that where it is when you walk in, but it's right down the bottom and you can't see it. So obviously he didn't take my advice with that. But I just wanted to clarify that. So I'm here to strongly oppose the renewal of the liquor licence for the Cannons Creek Superette. This opposition is grounded in the clear and legitimate reasons allowed under the Sale and Supply of the Alcohol Act, the risk of alcohol-related harm, the negative community impact, the unsuitability of the premises, given its location and its role in the community, and the urgent need to uphold and align with the direction of our local alcohol policy. This is not simply about a single business. It is about the ongoing harm to our community that flows directly from the easy and constant availability of cheap alcohol. Every day our tamariki walk past this shop on their way to Winley School, to Cannons Creek School, to Glenview, to Brandon Intermediate and Porirua College. On their way to after-school sports, to Poly Club, to Kapahaka, or just to be with their friends, maybe playing basketball in the cage. And what do they see? They see alcohol sold in the morning and the hours after school. People drunk in the day, young people hanging outside asking adults to buy for them, people walking out with boxes of alcohol. And these are not isolated incidents. This is a regular reality in Cannons Creek. It has become normalised, and our health inspector alluded to that. It has become normalised, but I'm here to say it's not normal and it's not okay. We are trying to raise children with pride, confidence and hope, and that effort has been undermined every single day by the visibility and accessibility of cheap alcohol at this site. Just close by, we have services that are working hard to lift up our community. Ngāti Tō, the Whānau Centre, La Whale, the Job and Skills Hub, the local GP clinics, Wesley Community Services and Taiamanino Trust. And I guess the Freedom Church. Freedom. Yeah. Freedom Church and the Boxing Academy are doing some wonderful mahi to address trauma. All of them walk alongside whānau battling addiction, trauma and hardship. How can we invest so much in healing yet allow a single business to profit from the harm that undoes it all? This shop is not suitable to continue selling alcohol in this context. And we have heard today of clear breaches of the terms of the current licence. Even when highlighted to the manager, he confirmed that he believes, and I quote, "It's the right thing." Its proximity to schools, to youth, foot traffic and to social services makes it completely inappropriate, and the impact is visible. Antisocial behaviour, public drunkenness, alcohol-related crime and escalating social harm. These are not hypothetical risks. They are real and deeply felt by everyone who lives there. Let's be clear, off-licences in vulnerable communities like ours are not just shops. They are part of a system of inequity that keeps harm cycling through our families and generations. They attract people from outside the area and they do not enhance well-being, they exploit it. So I ask you, what kind of Cannons Creek do we want to leave behind for our mokopuna? We are working hard to break intergenerational harm, to raise leaders, to restore mana, to protect the future of our Māori and Pacific children. This licence renewal would undermine all of that work, and we cannot allow harm to be sold on the main street of Cannons Creek. Let's put our tamariki first. Let's centre the well-being of our village. And today I urge you to use your power to say enough is enough. to say no more licences in this community. Let's send a clear message that community wellbeing matters more than profit. Decline the renewal, uphold the values we claim to stand for. I ask this sincerely. Ngā mihi. Nui kia koutou. Katoa. Any questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Kelly. Right, we're in process here, so we will go with the licensing inspector.
I have no questions, thank you.
Medical Officer of Health.
Yes, Liz, you talk about visible public drunkenness. How often do you see that?
So the real incidences that I see, because I don't always go around the front, but I see it when I'm driving to park up in the whānau centre. But Porirua City Council built a resource for our community with 2 double containers that was opened over a year ago now, and it's a resource for our community, and Wesley hold the keys to that. I had to bring to their attention that what was happening was that we were having people drunk by lunchtime lying around in this nice new area, which was supposed to be a resource for the community. And I think since raising that, it hasn't been to the same extent, but then it's cold now, so nobody's really lying around. And I think they've just moved to the front. Does that answer your question?
Yes. So the 2 containers are around where the swings are?
By the opposite the cage.
Opposite the cage?
Yeah.
Okay. No more questions.
Oh, it's a lovely resource. I mean, like, they don't look like containers. They're a room for you to have hui in, for organisations to have hui in. But I mean, it was, you got to pass the drunks to get to it. So it just spoils it for what I believe PCC were trying to achieve.
Do you see any of them, those that are drunk or those that are drinking outside, do they have many sort of cans with them, or is it just sort of 1 or 2?
No, I don't see them with many, but an incident that I have got in my submission was, and it was more that I was hoha, because I'm like the first one to get to work. So it was early in the morning, and these young tāne had a carton under their arm, and what I just thought, man, we got to do something about this, you know. So I think it is more singular than I don't think that's the norm. But my concern was when I saw that we had it was the school holidays, and we have holiday programs, and I mean, our holiday programs is for 5 to 10-year-olds and then 11 to 18-year-olds. They average the 5 to 10-year-olds, we cut that off at 50, and the teenagers, we cut that off at 65. But our early childcare centre is a licence of 65. So you've got a lot of tamariki in this, and rangatahi in this area that potentially are being influenced by the drunken behaviour that they're seeing, and that's why I'm referring to it has become normalised, and it isn't normal. We need to stop it.
No more questions, thank you.
I'll go to the Runanga next.
Just got the one question. Thanks, Liz. You mentioned just before in regards to some early incidences around seeing drunk behaviour or people drinking. Could you just specify what sort of time that is? Like, what do you mean by early?
So I get to work, generally I'm at work any time after 7, but that particular morning, I think that it was a bit later, so it would have been after 8 o'clock, and the question that came to my mind was Where the heck are you buying booze at this hour of the morning? So that was that incident.
Thank you. And would that day be a weekday, or would it be during a weekend? Or?
Yeah, I do try to stay home in the weekend.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Have a life.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Midmas.
Thank you. Excuse me. Now, Ms. Kelly, I think, is this the same man that you referred to in paragraph 14 of your brief that you saw carrying a carton of beer under his arm at 9:15 a.m.?
There were two tāne, and the one that I'm referencing is two tāne. Probably the ones, though, we do have a chap, he's from our community, and he does have some mental health issues, and he sleeps rough. So it's more than not having a roof over his head, because he does have whānau that live locally, but he doesn't like being inside. And he'll just move his mattress around further. But he's really quite vulnerable. And what my kaimahi did notice as well was that the drunks were then starting to, because he's harmless, and as long as he's on his meds, he's harmless. But then we would see the drunks starting to hook up with him, and him sitting around by where the containers are. So then I had to send the kaimahi out to, try and break it up, because he is easily led.
So did you hear the evidence earlier of Mr. Vishwakarma, where he was saying that the applicant would be willing to amend its licensed hours to have a later kind of opening licensed hour, if you will?
I did.
Yeah. And would you welcome that as a change, as a variation to the licence as well?
I think from what I've heard today, though, there needs to be a considerable amount of changes, and there's been a lot of evidence that has been shown to be inaccurate. So I think it'd have to be more than that.
That's just one
to meet the requirements of the Act.
Yeah, that's right. And I think there's been more than one kind of condition offered as part of this application. It's the client. I guess what I would put to you is that the applicant is trying to be flexible and is willing to make changes where it should. What would you say to that?
Well, my experience, and that's if we use the booklet as an example, if you're truly wanting to make a difference, that would have been an easy fix to have had that booklet on the bench when they're paying for, on the counter when they're actually paying for their alcohol. Then that would make so my experience in the sincerity of a desire to impose conditions that would make a difference questionable.
Did you hear Mr. Patel's evidence that he says a lot of customers are in fact taking this booklet away with them?
I did. What I didn't hear is how many have you got left?
Right, well that was probably a question that could have been put to Mr. Patel but wasn't. So the evidence that we have heard is that a lot of customers are taking them. So that kind of goes against your point then, doesn't it? If it's supposedly out of the way and not visible, but people are taking it away, then how do those two things correlate?
Well, does it actually happen though?
Well, we've just heard evidence under oath that it does.
Okay. So we'll accept that then.
In relation to moving on to like the visibility of alcohol to tamariki, again, the applicant is proposing to have some type of single sales condition imposed that might go further than condition F, as it's currently drafted, to assist with the problem of drinkers outside. Would that also to you be something that you think would be worthwhile or might be valuable to address the problem?
Well, the problem is that he's breaching that condition of the licence now. And it's all very well to say that, hey, we can do this or we can do that. But I mean, he's been quite adamant that even though they're breaching that rule, that it's acceptable. So what do you think?
Well, I don't think there's been any breach of the licence as yet, because that would have to be proved before the authority. So there's, at this stage, nothing to be said in that regard. And but anyway, that's by the by.
Right, can I just note, these are questions that have been asked of the witness. So if we could just stick to questions being asked of the witnesses and not questions being asked back. Thank you.
Yeah. In relation to, so what I was trying to get to is this point that the applicant is willing to look at another condition to further restrict the single sales, which may then address, to some extent, this problem that's occurring outside. What would you say about that if they were to have a further restriction in place on single sales?
So you're suggesting that they have a further condition when the original condition isn't being met? Is that what the question is?
No, my question is, this condition, I think there's problems with this condition. There's legal drafting problems with this condition. That's by the by. What I'm saying is, I think that the condition does say that single sales under 500, and products over 500 ml are allowed. That's the first sentence, first clause of the first part of that condition. There will be no single sales of alcohol less than 500 ml, which suggests that there must be single sales over 500 ml allowed.
But
so
then,
my question to you is then,
sorry,
if they were to take it further, because that's saying that you can sell singles of alcohol over 500 ml, it's then contradicted by another bit. But that's the base statement, is that there shall be no single sales of alcohol less than 500 ml. What if it went further than that? What if it said there shall be no single sales of alcohol, of beer and cider? You know, just I'm saying, how would you respond to a further restriction on the sales of single units from the store?
So I'm not quite understanding the question, because doesn't the paragraph go further to clarify what else is already, isn't that the question, that you're not allowed to bust up the boxes? So isn't
I'm sorry, to the DLC.
I'm trying to understand the question that you're asking me, because you're only asking a part of what that is.
I tried to highlight this in my question earlier about.
My understanding of your question is that what you're asking is, regardless of what's in the condition at the moment, is there anything over and above that would satisfy you to sort of mitigate against or appease the issues that you're seeing? Is that?
That's probably a fair way of putting it.
And are you talking about people buying single?
At all? Or
buying single, is that, what's the question?
That, basically. How would that satisfy some of your concerns around perhaps people drinking outside if we made it even harder for them to buy single sales of alcohol?
Yeah, but if you weren't selling single sales, then there isn't a problem. I don't understand what question you're asking.
Fine. We'll move on. Is your only, in order to address your concern, is the only option to close the premises? To stop selling alcohol from the premises?
Well, I think that it's really clear that Cannons Creek is a sensitive site and that there have been breaches, and not just yesterday or last week. The new owner has owned this site for 2 years. So we have seen this, and our concern is that it is getting increasingly worse. So I was really quite interested to hear the accounts that have been presented, because they paint a different picture, except that we've already been told that they're not correct. So I'm sorry, I expanded on my answer. Now I forgot what the question was.
Just if the only way that we could satisfy your concerns would be to stop selling alcohol from the premises.
Oh yes, absolutely. Because that's the brunt of it all. That's where it's starting from.
So it's total opposition to the application to renew.
In its present form, absolutely. And because of, I just believe that it's not meeting the requirements under the Act. And for the things, I won't repeat them, the things that I've already said, which are in breach of the Act and of the licence. So yeah, of course I do.
So when you began your evidence today, you said, I'll just paraphrase, this is not just about an individual business, it's about the whole community. Is that correct?
It is about the whole community. It's the effect of the whole community. Right now, the mahi that all the rest of the NGOs and organisations are doing, it's like a bit of a revolving door.
So is it fair to say that your concern, your major concern here is the levels of alcohol-related harm in the community generally?
I am, yep.
If I could take you to paragraphs 26 and 27 of your brief, which is, I believe, on page 155.
Yep.
Bundle.
Yep.
Just under the heading, low price specials make alcohol more accessible and affordable. Just the evidence that that Mr. Vishwakarma has provided in his brief, in one of the exhibits to his brief, is that the alcohol from the superette is almost entirely equal price with the supermarkets or more expensive. So what do you say to that?
That's now. That was after the inspector went to see him and to visit with him. Prior to that, and so we're only talking about a short period of time. So prior to that, it was cheap. I don't know what the prices are now.
Right. So is your evidence more that before you saw that table, the products at the superette were cheaper than the supermarkets and things nearby, or could you clarify what your evidence is?
So my evidence is from what I've been told from whānau who we work with.
Right.
So my evidence about this is from what I've been told from whānau who we support, and then now been across all of the evidence that's been presented today. It's clear that has been a factor in the Mr. Palmer's and the PCC inspector's evidence as well.
So you're referring to the fact that the pricings
Are
increased?
cheap.
They have increased to the...
Well, I don't know. You're telling me under oath that they have, but I don't know. But when I wrote this, when I wrote this and I put my submission in, this was correct.
Was this not filed after Mr. Vishwakarma filed his brief?
So this is my second one, though, and it hasn't. It's just been expanded on. If you refer to the first one that I put in when we put it all in, it's still saying the same, except I've expanded on it.
Right, but Mr. Vishwakarma's evidence, which I think was filed before this, shows that the superette's pricing on alcohol is the same or more expensive than the competing supermarkets nearby.
So the whānau we work with are not telling me that.
Okay. Well, we'll just leave that there, I think. Yeah, I'm probably okay to leave that there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I've got some questions. So, Ms. Kelly, you're confirming that the information you've given in your brief is not your first-hand direct information, it's information that others have told to you?
Depends which part are you talking about.
You've just mentioned that the evidence is from what others have told you,
So I'm talking about 26 and 27?
Yeah, okay. So you're saying that comes from what others have told you?
Yeah, because I don't buy alcohol.
So that's about the pricing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So it's possible that that's changed since the last time this was looked at, given the evidence filed by the applicant more recently, that they've changed that?
It's possible, but what I'm confirming is that I haven't been told anything different from the whānau that we support. And in the beginning, you can see the full range of services that we provide, particularly that address trauma and alcohol-related harm and addictions. So those programs are ongoing.
Is there any other information in your brief that has come from what others have told you?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay.
I mean, no.
Okay. And in relation to, I understand some of the information you've provided has said that you didn't object to the application for renewal the last time, which I understood was in 2021.
20, I think it was. That's the first submission that I put in yep.
Yeah, okay. So don't object. But what you're saying is that since then you've seen an increase.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, in
Absolutely.
alcohol-related.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And at paragraphs 13 and 16 of your brief, which are on page 154 of the bundle,
Yeah.
you've said that you've seen an increase in people sitting around drinking in the morning and after that, laying around drunk in the afternoon. And at 16, you've said the behaviour is not just a one-off, it's a pattern. So can you tell us more about that and more about what you have seen?
Well, I guess it's what I've just said to the applicant's lawyer. I'm sorry, I forgot what your name is. It's more about what I observe regularly.
Okay. And how regular would you see this?
Not so much on a daily basis. My day's pretty full, and I'm all over the place. I see now that I had the time down at 9:15, so that's probably why they would have had time to purchase from the shop.
Okay, so when you first started giving evidence, the incident or the incident that you referred to, which is the two-tane drinking early in the morning, you said it was 7, but is that this incident that you've got in your brief here? Is it the same one or are they two different ones?
So there's a number of incidences, which is probably the one, which is probably why it's getting confusing. Yeah. But this is the one when I saw them passing with a cart and a beer under their arm, and it was early in the morning. Okay. And I thought, we've got to do something. We've got to do something about this. It's just these young people just wasting their life, starting their day with a carton of beer under their arm.
Okay.
But my biggest concern that I see all the time, and I guess it's because we are a community, is the person that I was referring to, because I can't say his name, so I'm trying to figure out how do I identify him. And he has mental health issues, and all of us look out for him, mate, because we know he is a part of our community, and it does concern us when the drunks hook up with him, and then he'll sit with them, and then we'll see him starting to drink, and we know that he does have a lot of meds, so the reaction of the combination of that is also a concern.
Okay, so you observe it regularly, but not so much on a daily basis. Once a week, once a fortnight, once a month, roughly?
No, I would say at least, and this is me not being there all the time, coming and going, at least twice a week.
Okay.
Does that give you? Is that a better gauge?
Yeah, it's just you giving evidence about what you've seen.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we've covered all the information around questions that I had.
Thank you.
Mr. Watson, do you have any questions? No? Right, thank you.
Questions in reply. I think we might have just an opportunity to have Shelley Hannafin.
Yep, sure.
Cool.
Thank you, Mrs.
Yes, thank you for referring to me as Mrs. Kelly. It's been a long time since I've been a Miss. Or were you saying Ms.?
It's a Ms. It's just.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm happy to call you Mrs. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hannafin. Apologies for the long time you've had to wait. We didn't anticipate it, that it was going to be this long, but we appreciate your patience.
You need to affirm. Everyone.
Like to swear on the Bible or affirm?
This one. Okay. I, Shelley Hannafin, solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence I am about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Hannafin. You've pre-filed evidence with the committee, and the evidence is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If you'd like to provide some key points or summaries of some of the key things in your evidence, and then there'll be questions.
Okay. I trust that you've all had the submission and you've had the opportunity to look at the photos and things like that.
Sorry, just to let everybody know before you carry on that it's actually page 157 of the bundle for everybody.
Yes. Okay. So I've got some key photos. I visited the Bedford Superette in the area just twice, and both times I saw people drinking outside the Bedford Superette. There's a big alcohol ban area there, and I noticed the sign right outside the Bedford Superette, which is the first photo that I took. I was there the first time at around 9 in the morning, and someone was drinking outside the Bedford Superette at that point. I went around with my colleague Grant Hewison at that time, and we found alcohol-related rubbish in the area, both in the front of the store and also out the back of the store. When I first arrived, I saw one person drinking, and by the time I left, there were two that were drinking, and I've blocked out people's face because who was drinking is not important, just that they were. And I've put circles around the alcoholic beverage that I could see in the photos. When I returned again, the first time I went there was the 14th of May, and the second time I went was the 27th of May, and it was in the afternoon around 2 o'clock. And again, I saw people out drinking outside the Superette. It was a bigger crowd that time, and I saw a man go in and buy beer in the Superette and then come out and distribute it to the other people that were drinking in the group. And I felt uncomfortable at that time taking a photo of a group of people sitting outside, so I asked my husband to video from the car on the way out, and I took the still photo, which doesn't show the detail of the drinking, but that's what I saw and what I was aiming to capture. The next photos are the rubbish in that general area, and photo 9 I took in particular that I actually took the rubbish out from behind the power box that's at the side of the store, and the reason to do that really was to show how close it was to the playground that's just there, and the whānau centre and the basketball courts. You can see that out the back there. When I went there, I did notice lots of the schools straight over the road and the whānau centre out the back, and I was concerned really that, it's really, really clear that this is a community where there's a lot of social services and a lot of support and people working hard to look after the community. I actually went away and I thought, well, how do I kind of quantify this? And I did it by using Google Maps. And basically doing a linear kind of measurement of how close it was to a range of things. So you can see that I've listed those. So the school, Cannons Creek School across the road being the closest at 100 metres, but there's a whole range of schools that are close and, a number within a kilometre. I won't read you that list. I'm sure you've had a long enough day. But there's also the community services that are close by. And also, within very, very a close distance to Bedford Superette and the people that, that I've seen drinking outside it. So I mean, I think for me, the efforts that's clearly going into supporting this community shows a great level of sort of care, and it's a pity to have that undermined, particularly for people who are putting work and effort, staff, volunteers, and most particularly people that are using the services that are battling addictions. So I wanted to to see how close it was. I think that's important for you to note. I noticed quite low price specials, that what I thought was low price specials at the Bedford Superette, and I did take a photo the first time I went, and the second time I went there was the same special for the Heineken for two for $10. Both times really the first time the Budweiser beer was completely sold out, and the second time when I was there the Heineken was, so I assumed that must mean that the specials sell quite well. And when I went to the Superette on the 27th of May, I purchased a strong alcohol beer, and I got a receipt, and I noticed that the GST number didn't actually, the receipt didn't specify that it was alcohol, and the GST number didn't seem to match the ones that I'd already seen with the, and I just raised that as an issue. I don't know what it means, but I just thought that was odd. So that really is my first brief of evidence, and the other matter that I just wanted to touch on briefly was the size of the single alcohol sales area, and I don't really know what a big size is for a liquor store, so for a grocery store selling liquor. So I did a little bit of research and found out that that grant in the community against alcohol harm had done a little bit of work with some students from Auckland University, and they had been doing some look at how large the sizes of alcohol sales. So they've looked at 16 grocery stores, including Bedford Superette. So if we exclude the kind of the older size, the bigger size of Bedford, the range of percentage size, 1.4 to 15.5 was the range of sizes. The mean is 6.4%. The median is 7.6%. So even at a reduced size of up 9%, it's still quite a high amount in comparison to the others within the study. And that's what I had to bring today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those numbers that you've got there, would you mind distributing them?
Oh, sure. They're scribbles, but I'm happy to give them to you. Or
Perhaps we can just provide a supplementary document that just sets that
yes,
out.
can we do that?
Fine.
Yeah. It is the figures that are in this. It's all in there. Yeah, I've just done the sums. I've added them up and.
You had some time today.
I did.
Licensing.
I have no questions, thank you.
Dr. Palmer.
Ms. Hannafin, where are you based?
I live in Wellington. I contract part-time with Communities Against Alcohol Harm and just have started recently, not too long ago.
So have you been involved in licence hearings elsewhere than Wellington?
No.
No. So, okay. I was going to ask you, in your experience, have you seen anything like this before?
Well, I have been to one in Palmerston North. Have I seen? No, I haven't seen anything like. I was really surprised actually. So that was my first visit to a community, and I was surprised to see people drinking at 9 a.m, and then again before the school run. Yes, I was.
No more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Stewart.
No questions from our side. Thank you.
Mr Minimus?
Thank you. Ms Hannafin, just to clarify that last point you made while it's fresh in my mind, did you say that you found people drinking before 9 a.m?
Oh, sort of just after 9 a.m, between 9 and 9:15.
I was going to say, because the licensed hours are from 9 a.m, so I was confused.
Yeah.
So your evidence is that between 9 and 9:15 a.m, someone was drinking. Okay.
But a couple of people. Yeah.
If I can take you to paragraph 40 of your brief, which is page 170 of the bundle, you just make the points around the low price specials at Bedford Superette.
Yeah.
You say, I noticed some low price specials on beer cans, particularly when sold as 2.
Yeah.
Is that in relation to the Heineken?
Yes, the Heineken and the Budweiser.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, on the Heineken specifically, are you aware of the evidence that even at the special price of 2 for 10, that's around about in line with the pricing of the local supermarkets?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. Do you want to clarify your evidence, or would you say that your evidence has changed as a result of that?
What I guess I'm saying is that I felt that was quite cheap.
Right.
And especially the Budweiser at 2 for $8. I don't know what Budweiser beer is, but yeah, it seemed quite cheap for 2.
Yeah, let's see if I can find. Doesn't look like it's sold at the other.
It was one of it.
It doesn't come anymore. It was a one-off. Okay. Now, moving on. We also heard evidence from Mr. Patel today. Have you been in the hearing or excluded?
Excluded.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Yes.
No, that's fine.
We heard evidence today that he and his staff do cleanups of litter outside the premises when they can, but it is difficult to do that. There is also a commitment from the applicant to have a condition requiring that litter is cleared away, I guess, more than it currently is. Would you say that would go some way towards addressing the problems you've outlined in your evidence?
I'm not sure that it would go to addressing the problem with the people drinking kind of outside the store.
Not that problem, sorry, just the litter. The litter problem.
Well, the litter, I'm sure it would help, yeah.
Yeah. And also there's been talk around the fact that it's an alcohol ban area outside. I think you referred to that as well in your photos.
Yep.
Would your position change if the applicant increased its monitoring of that outside area and were to call the enforcement agencies when they witness things?
I think it would make a big difference if there weren't people drinking outside the store. I'm not sure how you would manage that.
Just finally, just moving on, in terms of the problem you were identifying earlier with the people actually drinking outside, my clients also willing to accept a more stringent condition on the sale of singles from the premises that might go away to make it a lot harder for people to drink outside. What would you also say about that?
I don't know. I mean, I did see somebody buy a pack and share out the drinks with the others that were drinking there. So I really don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry.
I just put it to you that these steps, or these proposed steps at least, are signs of a suitable licensee that's trying to adapt to a difficult situation and trying to minimise alcohol-related harm.
I guess I would wonder why that hasn't happened already.
Yes, all right, well, nothing further from me. Thank you.
Mr Hewison, were you wanting to say something?
No, it's all good. I was. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I'm just very conscious of the time, being nearly 5 o'clock.
I have one question.
Yeah, but if you've got a question. Okay.
Ms Hannafin, in terms of the people that you have observed drinking at the times that you said you were there, did you observe any of them being difficult, or were they just drinking?
No, just drinking. I mean, quiet and just quietly drinking. I mean, if you observed, you could see that drinking was happening.
Yeah.
But no, when I was there, it was quiet.
Okay. Thank you.
That's my question.
I have one question.
Any questions? Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to everybody for attending today. Obviously, we will be back here again at 9 a.m. with the exception of Mr. Hewison, who may or may not be here.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just conscious that there's this document. I might try and be here at 9 just to take you through some key elements of that, the opening submissions. But yeah, I'll need to just check with my colleague about whether I'm available. And it would have to be on AVL, so I'm not sure how that works here either.
Apparently that's doable.
Doable,
You
yeah.
could be.
So if you'd like to hear from me for 10 or 15 minutes just to run through the key
Absolutely.
points,
Yep.
I think I can. Yeah, sorry, I apologise. I would normally be available for a whole hearing, but I do have another High Court hearing tomorrow.
that's-
But it starts at 10 and it's on AVL, so I can
Okay.
jump off, I can
Okay.
jump on. Yep,
So,
cool.
in saying that, then we could do it first at 9 o'clock online, yeah? You do that, if that's suitable. Yes, they will be heard as well. Yeah. Okay. Can I just confirm that everybody other than Mr. Hewison will be back tomorrow?
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I just ask, can we leave our stuff here?
Yes, I'm going to ask for the doors to be locked. Yeah, can we do that? Well, shut. No one will come in here. Yeah. Okay. All right. We are going to end with our closing karakia, so join in if you would like to. Kia hora, te marino, kia whakapapa paunamu te moana. Kia hurahi mātou e tarangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou. Huye, tai kie. Go well. See you tomorrow.